every month. Every month there'll be 6 speaking, and we're going to bring you up to date on all of their changes with the Real ID. And understand something. You can take this to the bank. They're done with human beings. They're over with us. They just want our brain, okay, linked up into the cloud. You don't get this. When they said that they were going to reduce population to 500 million, what do you think they're screwing around? You think they're not kidding? My God, we can't get the chemtrails out of the sky. We can't get the fluoride out of the water. I mean, look at this. How many children went out for Halloween, totally got poisoned with all of the chemical poisoning from corporations? We just had Thanksgiving where everybody overate. Okay, we're going to go into this whole festive season, and guess what? You wait till you see some of the stuff they're going to pull while you're busy filling your face or drinking too much or toking too much or doing too much of something. You know what? The only thing that should matter anymore is what matters to you and what matters in your life and what type of life do you want. And guess what? 99% of the population aren't awake to this, okay? I mean, I went from feeling bad about it, good. You know, like most of my colleagues that, you know, have been into this like as long as I have for 40 years, like, well, Daryl, if they're not going to wake up by now, they're not going to wake up at all. So we basically have our numbers now, right? Who's going to wake, and who's not. If they're not awake yet, they're not going to wake up. So guess what? I'm looking for brave hearts all over the world to do this sovereign show so that every brother, sister, mother, father, child at least knows their God-given rights. Because I don't care, all the way up to Trump, they're going to lie to you. They're going to try to trump you continually and continually. I don't care. Let me tell you something. And I'll say something right now. The people in Mega, all right, okay, and Maha, that's all going to change in 6 months. You wait till you see this whole thing get flipped. Because guess what? When you bet on a horse and you find out that it's not even alive or it's going to do what it was meant to do, if we don't come together with unconditional love for each other, I don't know what's going to happen here. And money can't come first. And the only reason why they own us is because it's always been about money. It's been about greed. And understand something. And you better take a real listen at Jim Gale, because guess what? There's not a greedy bone in his body. And the reality is he's so brave. He runs a nonprofit and he's trying to pull off this earthly divine miracle, which I got to give him credit, but I still think he's insane. But the reality is that that's what it takes, is insane people. If you ask people, they probably say I'm insane too. I wouldn't doubt it. So let me just say this. Make sure that you're calling people right now. And if you don't get to watch this whole series, you can go into bhnapp.com and go into the Evolve section and go look at this One World event. Okay? All right? So make sure that you do that. Or if you want, you can go in and watch this the next day. Tomorrow, you'll find it up in Telegram. Share this. Share it worldwide. Listen, we're not going to get our lives back if we don't take our lives back. And whether you believe it or not, it was never about the bankers. It was about the food corporations. All right, let me jump on here. So Miami, there'll be a non-surgical course January the 12th. It's limited to only 16 people. It's in a beautiful clinic called Setner Wellness, okay, right in Miami. So if you're interested in coming to take that course, let us know. And the Whole Life, My Whole Life Health Certified course, it won't be a certified course, but if you want to watch it online, you will get, okay, you'll get a certificate showing that you completed it, but it won't be like taking it live. So people around the world, if you just want to learn the information, but you do not want to become certified, then please go take a look at it. It will be January the 28th, and I will be sitting right here in beautiful Ixtapa, Zihuatanejo, Mexico, with about 24 other people live that want to be certified, who want to become practitioners, or just want to be certified that they are the healers for their family, or they're already practitioners, or they're already medical doctors. You'd be surprised who comes and takes this course. All right, and then the next one after that will be Whole Life, like I said, in Ixtapa, live, then WOLFE Non-Surgical, and then the Women's Pelvic Restoration course. It's a 3-day one. It'll be live here, but you can also watch it online, ladies. Look at the testimonials. Well, for what you're paying, that 3-day course is unbelievable. All right. And so, and then also we're going to be in Calgary, Alberta in June to do a whole life health certified, WOLFE non-surgical certified, and woman's pelvic restoration course. All right. Let's see. This is Dr. Sage Wolfe's schedule. Okay. It starts in January, and every place he goes to, he will be spending 10 days there, where he will be just doing treatments with cell sonic regeneration, WOLFE non-surgical. He'll be doing thermography, the most predictable thermography, way better than any scan, x-ray you'll ever do, heavy metal testing, and cell sonic regeneration, and he'll be doing consultations. Miami, Los Angeles, St. Cloud, okay? Where else is he going? He's going to Mater, all right? Occidental California, Montreal, Victoria, Oliver, BC, St. Louis, Calgary, Alberta, Toronto, Ontario, St. Louis again, Kelowna, British Columbia, St. Cloud. So there's his routine, and that is up all the way until next fall. And just so everybody knows, I will be lecturing at 2026 at the Conscious Life Expo in LA. All right? We will be at a booth, Transformational Healing Universe booth. I will be speaking there, and I'll be giving a lecture. Please go check their information, and you'll see what day. They've already picked the time for me to speak. And we're going to be doing free WOLFE non-surgical sampling to show we do have the most powerful body work in the world, and cell sonic regeneration. And we're going to book people for treatments because Dr. Sage Wolfe and Jesse Malcolm are going to be staying there for 10 days. So they're going to be traveling and doing treatments all over the place to show the people why we give a money-back guarantee on the first treatment, that we're going to take you further than everything else that's out there. We reverse the irreversible. We make the impossible impossible. Go watch my videos. You can't make this stuff up, okay? And then Escape the Matrix movie will be coming out, okay, no later than the 1st of January. Happy New Year's. And this is going to be an hour and a half movie showing you that we've all been living in a matrix. I'm going to lay the whole thing out, and then I'm going to give you what's called the Braveheart Heroes contract, where you're going to go in and you're going to break the contracts, break the rules that you don't even know that you signed from 0 to 7 when you were a child. And you're going to make a new contract with yourself and your creator. And I guide you through the whole thing. This is my gift to all of my beautiful Braveheart Nation family out there. Okay? And again, everyone, all I can say is this. It never was about the money, but it actually was just about the food. And you know well as I do that the last 20 years, all food corporations that are owned by big tobacco, do they have any strength? Well, come on, the same people that run this world run the show. And the reality is this, that they were allowed at least 15, 20 years ago to put any poisons in and to poison any human being they want. If you think I'm kidding, I'm not kidding. And if it wasn't for people like Jim Gale, you know, it's not that hard to plant a seed. And in one seed, okay, it bears fruit on a tree that has millions of seeds. Just think about this, everyone. Just think if we were to actually, 50% of all the trees that are going to be planted for the rest of the time on this planet were fruit trees, or they bared food. What would happen if we didn't have all these ornamental trees everywhere? You could just walk down the street and pick food. Well, that's what Jim Gale's trying to teach, is food forest abundance. And guess what? You're never going to have food forest abundance in a city, okay? It's the craziest thing. Most of you that live in a city, you think it's hard to find organic. You think it's hard to find good food. The food costs way too much. It all depends on your perspective. I live in Mexico. My food costs me 20% of what you spend. It's not organic. It's just pure. I went back 120 years ago. That's why I did what I did. And if you can't do what I do, then at least listen to Jim and start moving forward step by step. Because until you matter, you don't matter. And most of the population doesn't matter. Most of the population Okay, only 1 out of 100 have logical thinking, 1 out of 1,000 critical thinking, and 1 out of 10,000 are awake. Are awake. And what are we doing now? We're not trying to wake people up. We're trying to get the awake people to understand that they do not have to give up any part of their humanism. Remember something, it was never about COVID, it was never about transgender, it was about transhumanism. Even the eating of all this garbage food that you pay so much money for, that has graphene in it, that has all these toxins in it. It was all about control. Sick people can't rebel. Okay, sick people can't think. And the reality is most of the population doesn't know how to think, because they don't understand that the subconscious, which is 90% of the brain, actually runs their whole day. Did you know that only 1 out of 1,000 people are in the present moment more than 2%? The rest are only in the present moment 2%. So don't think there's going to be a big change. You need to be the big change. You need to be the change in your life. Look, Jim tells his story, and then I tell mine. And my story is this: there are no diseases. There's being out of alignment, okay? So you don't have a disease, you're toxic, all right? You're malnourished, yes, on an emotional, physical, and nutritional level. And it's going to continue because the human experiment's over. They think they can come in and just take over. Well, you better find like-minded people, and it might not be your husband, might not be your wife, might not be your children, but you don't give up on them, but you focus on minding your own business and becoming a billboard for when they truly need you. Understand this. I know it. There's only one Braveheart maybe per family, if we're lucky. If we're lucky. They just are able to see things differently. The herd will always follow the herd. The majority will always be wrong. They will always be wrong in my lifetime. Okay? I mean, how far would that pendulum have to swing? Jim, why don't you come on, my friend?
All right. Thank you, Dr. Wolfe. And to all the brave hearts out there, it's been my life's work, at least for the last really 30 years, but really hyper-focused for the last 18 years. Once I realized that there is a solution to all of these problems. And I'll share a little bit about that wake-up story, because it all happened through trauma and scarcity, right? Through concern and worry and shame and fear, right? A lot of us out there are feeling the shift right now. In fact, I would guess to say that almost every single person listening to this right now and watching this is feeling the shift. Am I wrong? Well, I'd say at least 3 or 4 dozen people over the last couple of weeks as I give tours. I ask them, do you know more people now who are sick than any time in your life? And every single person says, yes, I do. Right? So when you look back on what's going on, as Doc Wolfe mentioned, there's a war going on. There is an agenda in play right now. And this agenda is so out of alignment and resonance of how we think that we simply can't even imagine that it could be true. But look at the results they are getting. Right? Is it a fact that there's more cancer and diabetes and heart disease and more death and more suicide and more depression and anxiety and pharmakia drug use than any time in history? All of those things are true. At the same time, is the screen time is up. In fact, I'm compelled to share this with you. I am in the process of suffering from withdrawal symptoms because I am detaching from my addiction. The ultimate, wickedest addiction in the world right now is the addiction to the screens. It started subtly. It started with the television or tell a lie. And then it kept adding and adding and adding until now, some people have already chosen to get implanted, and other people have chosen through deception to getting injected with nanotechnology and so on. The screen just went black. Maybe I'm saying too much. I don't know. Can everybody still hear me? Okay, good. I can see Rob give me the thumbs up. There is a document that came out decades ago called Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars. What we are experiencing now are these silent weapons for this quiet war. And the results of the war are in direct alignment with the agenda of the war. We are no longer needed, as Kissinger called us, cannon fodder and useless eaters. This is all part of a very clear, once we get past the cognitive dissonance of the idea that there are people out there that are this wicked and this scarcity driven, it's obvious to see that it's working, right? Hollywood and all of the pillars of our enslavement are doing their job, and it's working very well. And I don't have talking points, my friends. And so I'm just in the flow of the communication of what's happening. But more importantly, right, is to leave you all inspired and empowered, because it is within you. All of the answers to all of your problems are within you. And they start with the frequency and the energy of faith and courage, right? And we all know, most of us know, that the religions around the world are sometimes speaking half-truths, right? It depends on the individuals that are at the heads of these institutions. And many times the wickedest among us strive to be at the heads of these organizations. The same goes with every HOA community on the planet. For some interesting reason, wicked people want to be in control of everything. And that reason isn't unknown, it's known. It's all based in trauma. It's all based in the fear of the unknown. When we let go of that fear and we step into the presence of source, the energy, the frequency, the vibration, right? And this, by the way, is the next level of the divide and conquer strategy that we have been experiencing forever, as far as our lifetimes go, and our kids and our grandkids and our previous generations. This divide and conquer narrative that my religion, the religion that I learned growing up, because I grew up in the right place, in the right time, with the right parents. My religion is the right religion, and I'm going to heaven, and the rest of you are going to either go to purgatory or hell. What kind of God is that? That is a scarcity tactic of war, right? And for lack of better terminology, we can just all agree that evil is just bad, right? I'm not talking about some guy with horns that's under the ground waiting to suck us in. I'm talking about from a simple perspective that crosses all the barriers of BS, right? Belief systems. Evil, let's call it bad. And good or live is the creation of more life, the enhancement of life and joy and love, right? So let's just call it evil. We are in a spiritual battle of good and evil, right? And so as I contemplate and look at and ask questions around what the heck is actually happening, I have come to this knowing, this understanding that we are in a divine game that elevates above the good and evil narrative. And once I stepped into that, call it a belief system, call it a feeling, call it a knowing. Once I stepped into this game philosophy, that as a connected being, connected to source and all that is, we are here to experience the illusion of separation from God, right? And that's the term I use, again, because I grew up in Minnesota. If you grew up on the other side of the world and you learned a different term to point to the creator and the foundation and the wellspring of all life, then good for you. Teach me things that are beneficial about your culture, that add to life, because all cultures have benefits, they have goods, and they have bads, right? Well, let's share the goods. The bads are the systemic trauma that we are sinners and that we should be ashamed of ourselves. A man had to die to save us, right? Is that a partial truth? It might be, right? I'm not discounting the word. I'm a Christian because I grew up in this faith and I love what I learned about what Christ actually said, right? That doesn't mean that I hate what Buddha said or Allah said or Krishna or whatever, right? Let's take a look back at these statements that add to life. And then let's say, okay, well, does that statement align? Or does it bring me more energy, more frequency, more vibration, more good? Or does it make me contract? And then let's just go into the obvious. Let's take Star Wars for an example, right? They have these meetings and these council members, some of them have lost their way and they're scarcity driven. And they, by the way, usually look like they're sick as hell, right? And then what are they using as motive? Deception and lies. And saying, if you don't do this, you're going to die. I don't feel like that's what God would be saying. The God that I ask questions to every day, the God that I say, help me out, right? So that gets really deep. And I know I might have lost some of you there because you have such strong beliefs in your way that is the way that you were taught by your culture and your parents, oftentimes with a ruler, right? When I wasn't listening in first grade, my teacher, Mrs. G, I won't say her last name because she's just a human who went through trauma. She would smack my hand with a ruler and say, you better listen from now on. Well, guess what I did? I hid under the desk. I couldn't listen because when we are in fear, we simply can't listen, right? And that's a scientific fact. When we are experiencing trauma or shame or guilt or depression or fear, we literally shut down our brain's capacity, right? Our brain is also in our heart and in our stomach. We shut down the body's capacity to receive guidance and clarity and information, right? So let's get real about this. Let's ask questions. Let's bust free from the matrix, the paradigm, the box that we have had created around us. And let's sit in the presence, right? The cliche, the present is the gift from God. Well, let's contemplate that for a while, right? What does that actually mean? It's been so cliched and made into kind of a joke, right? Well, Doc WOLFE said earlier, there's far little presence in our world today. Somebody else, some genius guy back in the day said, all of man's suffering comes from his inability to sit quietly in a room alone. So as I suffer from my own trauma, as I realize and see truly through and clearly through the layers of bullshit, BS, belief systems, bad science, and programming that have been all around us all of our lives. I no longer pray with begging for salvation. Instead, I take a few deep breaths, I relax my mind, and I ask questions with intention. How do we catalyze a shift in awareness that leads to mass adoption of using our resources wisely? My wife is going to share a message with me. Time for, yes, thank you. And so my answer to that is through guidance, through presence. We are all one breath away from being connected to the wellspring, the giver of life, right? So if I use the word God, please don't be offended. I am not saying that whatever word you use is wrong, right? So now I would like to bring in my partner, my brother. This man, his name, Rob Youngkins, he was Special Forces. He is one of the most incredible, connected men that I've ever met. He gets it. He also is a permaculture advocate, a mushroom grower. He has stewarded animals. He has been in the mix. And he's also woken up like the rest of us have over the last, especially 5 years. And now he is leading a team at foodforestabundance.com, right? It's an entity that you might know that I founded this entity back in actually 2019. When the government, through a narrative that they called COVID, shut down my business, I ended up dead broke and scared shitless. And thanks to Alan Campbell and LK and all of these amazing people, Matthew, and all of the people who have stood with us, because what we know for sure through all of the traumas of this entity, this business model that can inspire and empower people to be free and self-reliant. Through all of those entities, I realized that it is my duty to be a speaker and a demonstrator. So I have handed over all of my equity and all of the business models and all of the things and strategies that I'm sharing with you today to the stewardship of the council. And Rob is one of these stewards. Rob, please join us and share what Food Forest Abundance and your mission and our mission is all about.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. And I'm sure there's a lot of people out there who are listening and watching and feeling the exact same way you do with all, it's emotionally challenging. We feel helpless. And we're here for Origins Reclaimed. I'm the vice president. We've got Andrea as the president, and Nicole, you'll hear from later. She's our secretary, plus a whole great team of advisors. And really, we exist because of the problem or all the problems that you articulated, Jim. Industrialized food, disconnected communities, systems that extract, not nurture. But we are a movement. Origins Reclaimed is a movement to reverse that drift away from our roots and to reclaim those origins. That's why the name. We are a community of creators and growers and healers, everyday people committed to reclaiming our relationship with the earth, community, and all of humanity. So we're here to rebuild from the ground up. And you can go to originsreclaimed.org, learn more about our mission, check out our circle community. That's where we get together. We have live conversations just like this, as well as it's our curriculum library, Jim. That's that term that you've been pioneering since the beginning. We want Origins Reclaimed circle community to be that repository for all the information that anybody could ever need to grow their own food and regain that sovereignty that our ancestors had. And we are under threat. It's for sure. If we don't raise funds to, and that's what Origins Reclaimed does, is we accept donations. We're a registered 501c3, so we can take tax deductible donations. It's that time of year where people need to make donations. We take that, and above our operating costs, every cent transparently goes to projects to do exactly what Jim was just articulating, and that's put food in the ground, and that by default gives people sovereignty over themselves, over their food. And we'll get into some of those details of permaculture, Jim. I know that's, near and dear to your heart. And of course, Food Forest Abundance's mission. But if you go to originsreclaimed.org, go to the donate button at the top, and you can hit the donate to the cause button at the bottom of that subpage and give tax deductible donations to us today. It's Giving Sunday. It's that time of year, so please do check us out. And we'll be giving that link again throughout the pod or the stream today. For Food Forest Abundance, Jim, since you asked about it, and sorry, it took me 2 minutes to get there. Food Forest Abundance is kind of the action arm, if you will, of Origins Reclaimed. Origins Reclaimed raises the funds for the projects, gives us that energy. And Food Forest Abundance is a permaculture design and installation team, global network. So wherever you are in the world, if you have lawns or any unused real estate that's just taking up space, and it takes your input, your energy, your resources, your money, your time, and it's not giving you anything back, there's a disconnect there. There's going to help you see where the water is, probably to start with the water. What is present on your land? What could be added? Could be accessed by adding a well? And where is that logical place based off of the water and the sunlight, the wind, all the elements that make up your microclimate? Where's the best place to plant your food forest? Where's the best place to harvest that abundance? And, Jim, you could probably talk about this a little bit, but, you've done annual gardening, and a lot of these folks who are listening to us, these brave hearts, have probably planted a garden or seen a garden planted. It goes in the spring, maybe a second planting, later summer, and then it's out in the fall, and then that land is just not being used again. But Food Forest Abundance, through your founding, through the vision, and you bringing in all these excellent permaculture designers, you have really brought perennialization to the forefront of kind of the social conversation. So, as a Freedom Farm Academy owner within the Food Forest Abundance network, what have you seen as the benefits of perennializing your land over the last several years?
It's the ultimate convenience. It's the ultimate beauty. It's the ultimate financial system, right? Turning our yard from a liability into an asset and one of the reasons I was able to give away all my equity in all these corporations and companies is because we have off-grid food, water, and energy here at home. Right. I can walk anytime I want. Now in January in Minnesota, you got to do like my mom did. She grew up off grid in Medelia, Minnesota, where they had an outhouse and a lantern. We don't need an outhouse and a lantern these days. We've got solar energy. We've got a well. We've got a yard full of, I'm looking at like 30 or 40 different types of food producing plants all around me that are perennials. In Minnesota, you can have a food forest where you can grow apples and different types of raspberries and blueberries that we can't grow here. So you lucky buggers, right? So what I'm saying that for is because a lot of people in different climates, they say, I can't do that where I am. Yes, you can. And that's what Rob and the team will show you exactly how to do.
Yes, sir. And coming up at 12:40 Eastern, just about an hour from now, we're going to have our friend and lead designer at Food Forest Abundance, Eleanor Todini, is going to come on and talk to you a little bit more about maybe the science and the art meeting in permaculture design, as well as installations that you can get in your own backyard. And it's relatively affordable. We're exploring ways to roll this into second mortgages or loans similar to solar, where there's just a small lien that's placed on your loan or on your home, and then you don't have to pay anything out of pocket. You just kind of finance it that way. So there are creative ways to get it funded, but really the best way is give to Origins Reclaimed today throughout this giving season. We'll take those funds and we'll transform those into action in the form of plants going into the ground to feed people, to feed communities. Healing really begins at home. We believe that at Origins Reclaimed, and that the future is grown, not purchased. So if you think about your community, and our mutual friend Tag, Jim, talks about community as concentric circles. So it really has to start with your household and your family, and then it can branch out to your neighbors, your local community. And if you give those concentric circles of your community the freedom to grow their own food, then they're going to get more connected. And there's going to be more love shared to you and Daryl's point, kicking off the stream today, Jim. And Andrea has a quote, generosity is generative. So that, and Andrea's our president at Origins Reclaimed. So think about that. Like, the more you give now, there's going to be exponential payoff for somebody out there who needs it. Jim, we were talking to Ismaila Kamara, or Kamara, I think it is. He's our friend over in the Gambia. He's a food forest practitioner already over there, where it's very tough. There's a lot of socio-political strife over there, as well as water issues. But he's fighting the good fight, and for his people over in Gambia, shout out Ismaila. He's doing the right thing, and he's trying to get this education into the ears and the hands, really the hands-on practice of the kids. He's looking to start a couple schools. He came to Origins Reclaimed for help. So that's one of our many causes. Understand that if you donate to Origins Reclaimed, you're giving to an actual cause, a farmer, a community, a family in need of that little bit of energy to get over the hump and start a school based around permaculture, or install a food forest that's going to feed not only one family, but an entire community, because the gains are exponential. I hate putting it in economic terms, Jim, but as Daryl said, you plant one seed, it turns into a tree that creates millions of seeds, and that grows and builds. As long as you steward it correctly over the years, year after year, it's going to create more abundance. And you can speak to it, Jim, from Galt's Landing down there in St. Cloud, Florida, where you're joining us. You've got so many trees that are now producing so many fruits and seeds that you could probably feed the entire city by yourself in a couple of years as those trees mature and develop and get bigger.
Yeah, you said a mouthful there. We are working with the local transition house, which is like halfway house for mostly homeless veterans. And we walked in there with sweet potato starts, and we're turning the backyard of the homeless veterans transition house into a food production system. So we're going to start with the easiest to propagate plants like sweet potatoes. And then we're actually creating a fulfillment center where they can take the sweet potato vines and bag them up and ship them all over the nation, making money for every single sweet potato slip that they put in a bag. Right. And so we're creating a movement where we supplant food stamps with food starts. Right? Those two letters make all the difference. We're not just giving them a fish, we're teaching them to fish at scale. And the curriculum library that we are putting together at Origins Reclaimed is for everybody, right? Everything we do is open source. We have no patents, no NDAs, no non-competes. It's about a bigger mission. We must do what Dr. Martin Luther King said. Those who love peace must learn to organize as effectively as those who love war. And the good news is we have nature on our side. So even if we organize a fraction as effectively, we're going to win, and we are winning, right? There's a separation, kind of a split right now, where those who are stepping into their power are going this direction, and some of them are not. And who knows, Hollywood might be right. But it's our job to help inspire and empower as many people to the good side of self-reliance and production as possible.
Yeah, that's a good point. And the power that you talk about, kind of igniting that own power within yourself. It's really hard to do alone. In fact, the stage has been set for us to fail. Daryl was talking about all the addictions that are afflicting people these days, and none of us are immune to that. We all have a little bit of addiction. I'm so glad you're getting off of your phone, for instance, Jim. But you guys talked a little bit about your past. I'll briefly say, 2002, I joined the Marine Corps, and I thought I was doing the right thing. I ended up, in retrospect, being a tool of those dark forces that you just mentioned, Jim. And unbeknownst to me, I was a young, foolish man. I went over there, did 7 deployments between Iraq and Afghanistan, 7 months each, in 8 years. So I really, really burned myself out. But reflecting on it, that was all coming from a place of darkness and destruction, chaos. It took me many years to get back to my roots. As a teenager, I was a farmer on a historical farm. We did everything like it was the late 1800s. So we didn't have, electricity. Everything was oxen powered. And it took me a while to get back to that. And I'm so glad I did. I'm so glad I met you like 3, 4 years ago, Jim. And we got back to this mission of doing good, putting creative energy to work. And everybody who's listening today has an opportunity to do that. If you can afford to, go to originsreclaimed.org, give us a donation, small or large. Everything helps to feed that light energy and get some food in the ground for people. If you can't, then connect us with somebody who either can donate or who has a role to play in clean food, clean water, clean energy, clean living. Because that's one of our other kind of functions, Jim, at Origins Reclaimed, as well as Food Forest Abundance. But specifically Origins Reclaimed, we're trying to connect people and really assemble a giant worldwide team who can take place in our marketplace and bring solutions to people for all the problems that you and Daryl elucidated at the beginning. There are solutions. They're in place. And we just have to get the right people, talking to the right people and collaborating with the right people to get that going. And if you can take the darkness that we see today and all these negatives dragging at us like little, like the Lilliputians in Gulliver's Travels, right? There's just these little hooks like holding us down. Instead, imagine a world where every family has access to clean, unadulterated food and water. Communities are growing more than they can consume so that they can share the excess. And ancient wisdom is guiding our modern life so that nature, not corporations, set the rhythm of our health and we regain true health. So that future is not just a fantasy, it's built on stewardship. We're not trying to extract anything. This is a mutually beneficial covenant, if you will, between you, your land, your community, and the good people at Origins Reclaimed and Food Forest Abundance. So we're not just reclaiming our origins, we're reclaiming this world because it doesn't have to be this way. And Jim, I came on Food Forest Abundance about a year ago, and I went to Galt's Landing like 3 years ago and met you, three, maybe four. And I was like, Galt, what is Galt's Landing? It's Jim Gale. What is this? I'm off of Ayn Rand, Atlas Shrugged. I'm like, oh, well, I don't read so good. I'm a Marine, so they didn't have like reading classes. But I'll be happy to inform you, Jim. I'm like 3/4 of the way through right now. It's taken me like a couple months to get there.
It's a
But
long one.
you warned me. But that
Yeah.
is, it is painting the picture of what we've got today. And that was written like 70 years ago.
Yeah.
And she saw it then, the author, and she painted, created this world where governments were overreaching and dictating what you could and couldn't do, and really policing our lives in a negative way to their own benefit, and framing it as a beneficial action for society to give up everything you've ever earned or created. No, that's not the way. The way is collaboration by choice because we're all sovereign individuals. I know the Bravehearts, Jim, Dr. WOLFE, look, he preaches this every day in and day out. And you yourself are all over broadcasting personal freedoms.
Yeah.
And I can't think of a better way to deliver personal freedom and sovereignty to individuals than being able to be self-sufficient and grow their own foods, right there locally, not shipped in from some nameless, faceless factory farm, in the middle of our country here in the US or wherever it's grown in Europe or around the world. We don't need to export food like that. The food should be right around the corner. It should be 5 steps from your back door. There's no reason why you can't be growing your own food right there. So if you're interested in a food forest design, as I said, about 45 minutes from now, Eleanor is going to come and talk about food forest abundance and the design process and getting it installed and what you can expect there. But just go look at the website right now, foodforestabundance.com, book a strategy session, and one of our permaculture experts will get on the horn with you, and they'll actually, there'll be a video call just like this, share screens, get looking at the map, and really dive in. I mean, you pull those guys' strings, or guys and gals, you just pull their string, get their interest peaked a little bit. They geek out on designing your yard to be an Eden on Earth. Your personal Eden that starts with feeding you and your family. And then as it grows and yields more and more, you have the ability to reinvest that surplus into connections within your own community. And a community that is that connected is able to defend itself against all the attacks from these oversteppers that Jim was talking about before. And I'm talking a lot, Jim, but anything you want to
It's
add?
beautiful. I just think you're nailing it, brother. And Origins Reclaimed is run by the ethics of permaculture, which are very simple: people care, earth care, and reinvesting surplus very transparently into people care and earth care. So, Rob, thank you. I know you'll be back maybe for a Q&A here in a little bit. Love you and all the work you're doing. It's amazing. Because of you, Food Forest Abundance is on a very stable and strong foundation. And Alan and the team and Eleanor and all of you, thank you so much. Awesome, brother. Now I am going to introduce my brother, Miko. Miko has been in the world of entertainment, the world of like the Hollywood world for, I believe, like 35 years. And we have had the great pleasure of meeting here recently and working together on a film that will change the world. It will catalyze, it will help to catalyze a shift in awareness that will lead to mass adoption of collaboration and stewardship and all of the things that we want to and must see in order to get to that next phase of humanity. Miko, are you present?
Yes. Can you hear me, Jim?
I sure can, brother. Great to see you.
Great to see you too, brother. Nice to be here. Thanks for the invite.
Oh, thank you for showing up. Zen Honeycutt was going to be here. She is not feeling well today. And I immediately got a hold of Miko, and I'm so darn glad you're here. So tell us a couple things. How does film shape culture? And then how does this film, A New Dawn, what are the intentions for this film?
Well, since the beginning of film, narrative film specifically, works of fiction, it's an amazing continuation of the tradition of storytelling, the oral tradition created visually. I'm going to give some examples of films that have made a significant impact in my personal life as an activist. I come from the documentary tradition, and of course, documentary is all about truth. And then when we have our narrative fictions, yet we have narrative fictions that are based on truth or based on reality, which is so much of what A New Dawn is about. But I'll get to that. I look at films like Gandhi as an example, and I was very young. I was probably in my teenage years. I'm going to guess 14, 15 perhaps, when I saw Gandhi for the first time. And I had an understanding of the revolution that he led. Yet depicted in film visually, I did not understand the severity and the brutality and what he and his followers all had to face against the oppressive British regime, how they just walked into the clubs and fell one after another. For those of you who have not seen the film, it's amazing because it is a fiction based in truth. And with that, I mean, certainly there are always creative liberties, there's creative licenses that take place in a Hollywood movie. Yet by and large, understanding that these are movies based in fact. I'll take, and I love the fact that this platform is Braveheart. That's another example. That's a more of a violent revolution, though. We have conflict, and then we have resolution. That is basically the A to Z of when you're making a film. Is there is a conflict, and there is a resolution. What is that? Whether it's a love story or, and for me personally, I find that a lot of movies are love stories. We're telling truths about humanity. We're telling stories that cross multiple cultures. In Platoon, we go to Vietnam, we go to the heart of this terrible conflict, and we see the suffering of these soldiers and their moral conflicts, and ultimately the resolution to rise above and to be the better person. Yet it just tells such a story that if you didn't know anything about Vietnam and then you saw that movie, how could you not be shaken to the ground? How could you not be changed? So if you haven't seen Platoon, it's definitely sit in, get comfortable, and be prepared for a ride, because it is an emotional ride. The films that really impact me are the films that speak about humanity and the sufferings of humanity. Yet let's look at also the solutions, because again, conflict and resolution. Although there are some films that just don't have a resolution, and although the characters may go through these arcs of change, which is good. Obviously, we are all evolving. And as we evolve consciously and we get into these stories and we follow these characters and we become invested in these characters, we want to see that person win. We want to see the bad guy get, foiled. Of course we do. So many films that are like this for me are the hero's journey. And let's move to Rocky. Let's move to something less horrendous and horrific. Rocky it's the penultimate hero's journey. He goes from nothing to being like the greatest in the world, yet the only thing that matters to him is Adrian. Adrian! It's the only thing, he did it for love. Of course he wanted to be a somebody. He had something to prove. And boy, I tell you, if that didn't create a huge, market for, the boxing world, it just their sales must have gone up. I can't even imagine. Yet at its heart, it's just a really great story. You get behind the character, you cheer for that person. I'll go to 8 Mile. So in the world of rap music, 8 Mile is basically, it's the autobiography of Eminem, the rap artist. And he came from absolutely nothing. And just through sheer talent and perseverance, becomes this incredible rising star. And you can only imagine the impact on all the young rap artists who have that same dream, right? I'll go back to the world of documentary for a second. Hoop Dreams, for example. It's all about growing in the inner city and having that dream of becoming an NBA basketball star. And it's about incentive and motivation and making your life better. These are the films that I can really get behind and cheer. And even a distraction film, even a popcorn movie like Marvel, like Captain America or Spider-Man, there's always conflict, and then there's a resolution. And you're always continuously cheering for the good guy, and you want to see the bad guy be foiled, right? Our tradition of filmmaking, not limiting it to North America. I mean, in the world, again, it is storytelling that is brought to this visual landscape. And for all of us who love photography and cinematography and great acting and theater, it's all there. When you're really into a film, you are in the film. You don't look at, oh, how did they edit that? Or how did they light that shot? Oh, that was a really cool camera move. No, you're invested in the characters. You're there with these storytellers, ultimately. I've talked about a few movies. Metropolis. I'll give you this. Metropolis, which was done in the 1920s, the original Fritz Lang, is an amazing piece of work that looks at how it's man versus machine, ultimately, is what it is. And if we're not living in that age now of transhumanism agendas and all the things that are going on with AI, all the negative, all the positive, it's 1929, they're talking about it. So to say, you know, as sentient beings, we have this ability to look and channel and perhaps peer beyond the fabric of what is now and predict what can be. 1984, I'll use that, Orwell's book, and then the movie, of course. And the movie is terrifying if you have not seen the movie. It's absolutely terrifying. And how far away are we from the thought police when people are having their comments on social media be censored? People are going to jail, right? Okay, so in our film, A New Dawn, we have a lot to say about revealing the system that is corrupt and disgusting as far as I'm concerned. I'm not afraid to speak on this. Yet, how do we battle this system? Okay, well, God bless you, William Wallace. You know, you took the sword, and God bless you, Gandhi. You took the peaceful, you know, the no resistance, no violent resistance path. As spiritually evolved beings, we know that we can't fix this thing that's broken. What we can do is we can show this thing that's broken, and then we can show what the solution is. And that's why I'm so pleased and I feel so privileged to be part of this forum and to be able to speak and to share with you that this script that Jim and Jimmy Scherer, wherever you are, I hope you're out there, brother, have brought to my attention. And with this, we are working to develop a film that ultimately will reveal the system, reveal the truths in a fictional way, of course, because we don't want to name names, but let's just look at how this system has been built. And we're doing this thing called, I term historical holograms. So through a monologue, an explanation, not to make it a lecture or anything, but certainly an explanation of the way the Federal Reserve was created and the way the food systems have been poisoned and et cetera, ad nauseum, basically because we know there's an agenda to make us sick and make us unhealthy so that we have to buy the pharmaceuticals, et cetera, et cetera. Let's look at what is the solution to all of this. And Jim, oh my Lord, you know, I feel so blessed to be in your company with Jimmy because I truly believe in the power of three. I believe in the Trinity. And now that we're all together and we're just like surging on this, Jimmy and I have, you know, and this is the beauty of the technology. It's about embracing the technology versus being enslaved to it. So now through our computers today, Jimmy and I can be writing simultaneously. I can write a sentence and he can change the sentence, and we can just carry on forward through the paragraphs, through the scenes, and we have a really wonderful first draft that we're ready to present. We have a second draft that will soon be, I would say by the new year, ready to put out. And we've already got the feelers out to some Hollywood players, some awake, conscious filmmakers who I believe are quite excited. It's like anything though, in this quiet, gentle revolution that we're doing, it takes risk, it takes courage. We have to be brave, we have to step forward. Yet if we don't do it, you know, for ourselves, we must do it for our children and our children's children and so on and so on. I would not be here were for not for my ancestors. And I I have a lineage to uphold. My last name is Burns. And apparently he was a bit of a writer. And apparently I'm supposed to do that. So my mother told me upon a visit with a psychic 40 years ago. And I said, no, I'm not going to be a writer, Mama. And then suddenly I become a writer. Well, is it that I'm a writer or is it that I'm a storyteller? And we're all storytellers and we all have something to say and we all have something to share. I've been blessed that I've been in the film and television industry for basically my entire adult life. And the opportunities and the places I've been and the scenes that I've witnessed with my camera with my own eyes and the stories I've heard, the things that never even make it to the screen, right? There's all the things that happen off the screen. And I could share that with you in a story around the fireside, having a cup of tea. And your mind would be blown. Like, really? Are people really that horrible? Yes. Are people really that wonderful? Yes. And this is our life, yin and yang. And it's about finding the balance between the light and the dark. And ultimately, the New Dawn is about that. It's about creating this idea of hope and encouragement and inspiration. And that's the thing about film. I talked about how, 8 Mile was used to, inspire, many rap artists, right? I think about movies like, again, Gandhi to inspire people into the peace movement, to become aware of our history, to create a movement ultimately. And Jim, that's what you're doing here. That's what Braveheart is doing here. It's continuing a movement of evolution. And I feel just very, very, very blessed by that. I could honestly talk about film forever, it seems. The class that I teach, it's a 3-hour workshop. And I would say to the class, okay, here we go. I've got 3 hours to teach you everything I've learned in the last 35 years. Let's go. Absolutely impossible. But what I do know for sure is that when we're passionate about something, it becomes contagious. And with that, things will grow, things will bloom as we nurture them. How's that? Does that answer the question for you, Jim?
It's beautiful, Miko. Thank you so much. Oh gosh, you guys, this film, the way it came and the energy that it is, it's just happening. Like, right? It's just kind of like in the flow of things. And it's such a beautiful story. And by the way, anybody out there who might be in the film world, might have connections, and you want to read this script, you just get a hold of us, get a hold of me. And I'll introduce you to Miko and Jimmy, and then we could share the script with you. And so far, nobody has read it that was not impacted. Is that a fair statement, Miko?
Absolutely. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
You'll read this and you'll be like, wow, this is my first impression was this is bold and I'm in. Sign me up. Absolutely. Yeah.
You said something to me the other day that made, in fact, just the thought of it makes my eyes water right now. And it brought tears in my eyes and goosebumps to my skin. You said, and I don't want to take the words out of your mouth. You said, I've been in this business for 35 years. Do you remember that statement? And you said, I've never seen anything like this.
It's true. It's actually, in truth, it's the film I've been waiting for, Jim, honestly. Like, I would love to see this movie as an audience member, as a participant in humanity, simply because this film offers a real solution, a real tangible solution. We know the setup. This system is built to fail, and we are the ones who are getting crushed unless we say, hold on a minute, let's pull back the curtain here. This wizard is not all, like, what are we so afraid of, right? And then here are the solutions. Of course, I'm not going to give everything away about the film. Yet, there's absolutely a love story. There is action. Oh yeah, there's action. There is intrigue. It is emotional. It has all the elements that you want in a blockbuster movie. Yet this is a movie that, although it could be deemed as a popcorn movie, It's not, because we're going to get into some real deep issues. And again, we're going to pull back the curtain. Like, we've got some real bad guys that, as an actor, oh my Lord, these parts are choice. Like seriously, it's and you know what? Making movies it's hard work, and it's also supposed to be a lot of fun. Yet it's this thing that you just become embroiled in, and the intention is to really, I'll use that word again, embroil our audience into action, into taking something away from this film that will lead them to take that next step. Okay, I'm going to go get that 5-gallon pail, and I'm going to take my fish carcass. I'm going to make some living soil, and I'm going to plant those sweet potatoes. And holy cow, look at this, food security. And that's one bucket. Okay, now let's multiply that. Let's take these to the market. Let's give them away. Let's sell them. I mean, the whole concept is just, it's beautiful. It's brilliant. We live on an abundant planet. There's no reason why anybody should go hungry.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Awesome, brother. Thank you so much for jumping in. And now I'm gonna go to the team here. Dr. Andrea Nazarenko, are you up next? And do we need to take a commercial break, or do we just flow right through? Thank you, Miko. Thank you again, man. I'm so excited.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you so much for having me.
You betcha, brother.
Okay, so what are we going to do? Let's start off with our left arm. Okay. Then switch.
Angle of my elbow, place it, and I work the insertion. So then I'm just going to
go, and I'm the president of Origins Reclaimed. I just wanted to come on today to talk a little bit about what we're doing with Origins Reclaimed. What you've been hearing throughout the course of this amazing broadcast have been all of these different players and all of the puzzle pieces, but I wanted to join for a moment and just zoom us out to really to get a full picture of what we're doing here and the remarkableness about really this movement that we are just at the precipice of. Connie, do you have the slides that you could put up on the screen for me? I'm not sure if I'll talk about them as we try to get them loaded. They're up. Oh, okay. I don't see them. Oh, there we go. I see them on my end. Okay, you could go to the next slide. So Jim really covered this beautifully at the beginning, and it's really worth reflecting upon in that we are standing at the brink of a war between light versus darkness. That the way that I call our opposition the globalists, because it's really the opposite of the local movement, and that's really where we're standing. This movement to come back to the local, back to the community, but it's more than just coming back to local, back to community. Why do we say those words? We say those words because it means coming back to connection, coming back to humanity, coming back to each other. So when we think about things on a global scale and making us all the same, when we look at our health governance, our food governance systems, these systems that have been overlaid over society to say, this is the way we function, this is the way we do things, this is how we control the people, then we lose the sight of humanity. We lose the sight of what it means to be human. And what we end up seeing is a version of reality where people are disconnected. When they're disconnected, they're sad, they're anxious, and they're unhealthy. And what we are all about at Origins Reclaimed is about recognizing that this system of control is not working for anybody except for those global elites who could profit off of our health. And instead begin to realize that there's an alternative way, that we don't need to throw poisons on our food and poisons in our air via 5G. We don't need to poison our spirituality with dark demonic images on the media. We don't need to poison our minds and hearts and bodies with hatred. We could come together in a different way, and food is the answer to that system. Next slide, please. Could you advance that slide? So who are we? And this is a really important point here, because there's a tendency in social movements to hail the leaders, to hail the influencers, to hail the savior that's coming to save us. But what Origins Reclaimed is about is this notion that there is no hero coming to save us. There is no savior coming to save us unless you have a personal religious savior that's coming to save you one day. The answer to our problems that we're in will never come from a politician. It will never come from a governmental source. It will never come from any power out there, because the only people who are here to save us are each other. And the people who save us are every mother, father, sister, brother, friend, neighbor out there, the person who drives you to the supermarket, the person who cuts your hair and serves you food. These are the people that will save us. I was recently blessed with the opportunity to go to Tibet and experience what life was like in Tibet. And it was there in a conference where people from all over the world came together to talk about localization. But none of that is the story I want to share. What I want to share is this one moment. And I was at a hotel, and this particular hotel and very many hotels in that area grow all of their own food. They have food forests, they have gardens, and all of the food that they feed the patrons of the hotel came from the food that they grew. And there was this one evening where dinner was served late, and I went downstairs to eat dinner, and I'm standing there, and up front is the chef, and he puts out this beautiful buffet for all of the people eating. All of the people who were staying at this particular hotel that evening got a free dinner, and he served it. The pride that was on this man's face as he stood there with his two children, serving this food that he grew with his own hands in the garden, and then prepared to feed functional strangers, was something that we do not see in our current food system. There is no pride, there is no love, there is no honor associated with our food, because it has become industrialized, it has become a commodity. But when we pull it back to say food is the way that we connect with each other, the way that we feed each other, both in terms of physical feeding, but also human connection. Food is the essence of our humanity. It is the essence of our civilization. And when we take back this power, when the people come together and say, the food belongs to us, we determine how we grow it, how we distribute it, and what we eat, well, then all of their control systems fall apart. So who are we? We are all of us. We are not a membership based, you are in or you are out. The question is, are you in? Because if you're in, you are part of us. We are the movement of the future who is bringing humanity back through our connection with food. Next slide, please. Next slide. So here are some of the things that we believe up front. And I think this is an important piece to really talk about a little bit more. This is this notion that we believe that food is the core of how we progress through how we progress through society, how we continue to advance civilization. And we place food at the core of that. Why? Because food is freedom. If you can feed yourself, your family, and your neighbor, then they have no control over you. Food is the essence of which society is based, and it is the way that they are trying to control us. So when we take that power back, food becomes freedom. That's the central theme. We believe the future's grown, not purchased. We could create communities based on abundance, not scarcity, where we're reliant on these systems. We don't need to purchase our way into the future. We could grow our way there. And strong communities are simply the connection of strong people connected together. We can use food as the thing that connects people. Modern life, all of the ways that Jim talked about so beautifully at the beginning, has disconnected us. But when we reclaim the production of food, when we reclaim the healing properties of food, well, then all of that the problems, the disconnection washes away, because people are meant to sit around a table, and break bread and share stories. All of the storytelling that we just heard about the documentary is meant to happen around a dinner table. The ancient wisdom that has carried our society through the dark ages is bursting open again. And the future, modern power, comes through the remembering of this ancient wisdom. There's so much emphasis right now on trying to find the solution, find the thing that gets us out of this mess. Well, what we're seeking for has always been known. It's been known through the generations, the intergenerational knowledge, and it does not come from some new discovery in a lab somewhere. It comes from the stories of our elders and the way things have always been done. Rob mentioned that generosity is generative. As we give, as we produce at Origins Reclaimed, we give back. And I'm going to come back to that notion in a moment. But this last statement here, where love is our strategy, is so important. They will divide us through hatred, division, and differences. And what we believe at Origins Reclaimed is just like a food forest is most abundant when there's diversity present. We believe that all of society and civilization is most abundant when diversity is present. When we work together, when we bring together our differences and grow together to plant different seeds of different ideas and different thoughts, well, then we grow an abundant garden. And so love is our strategy. Our disunity is our strength. We do not fear the differences that they divide us upon, because it's when we come together on those differences that true abundance happens. Next slide, please. Connie, oh, there we go. So what do we do? What is this thing that you were saying, hey, this is our mission? Well, Rob talked about it first. We grow food. When you give to Origins Reclaimed, there's a reason we're doing this launch on Giving Sunday, because our entire organization is based on giving. We are a movement that and how to grow food, how to be entrepreneurs, how to sell their food, so that they could then continue to do that in their local communities for generations to come. And we are selling that curriculum and that program. The curriculum is up on our Origins Reclaimed Circle, which I'll talk about later, but which we give for free. But the content, the model, that is all something that could be built in your community. We also we build gardens in community spaces. In every community out there, there is some green area. Why not take that green area? And if it's suitable for food, grow food. If it's not suitable for food, grow pollinating flowers so our bees and our butterflies could survive. There is land everywhere that could be used to produce food, and we support communities in thinking what is unthinkable, reimagining the unimaginable, so that food could grow everywhere. When people are hungry, simply grow food, and it's that simple. Our second system, which overlaps with this, is rebuilding regenerative systems. When you give to us, we use all of the proceeds to go back into communities for these specific causes. Through training, something called asset mapping, we're building infrastructures. We're starting in the state of Florida to connect all of the regenerative agricultural community for all of the phases. We have an entire model of food sovereignty, and we are starting at the grassroots level to build it up. We're also working with potential governors of the state to build this into their policy briefs by educating them on what it takes to build a food sovereign system. All of the money that comes in goes back to these projects. So that communities, strong communities are made out of strong people. And what we do is we help support people to grow true resilience at a social, economic, and ecological level. We are caring for the earth, growing food, but in doing so, creating regenerative economies that help communities thrive and continue to build. Examples of ways we do this are by building gardens within prisons. Prisoners tend to have a recidivism rate, meaning they are likely to go back to prison after the first time of being incarcerated. Growing gardens in prisons has been shown to reduce recidivism by 65% and upwards. Going to homeless shelters and having homeless veterans growing sweet potatoes and then getting those seeds and sent out and bringing money back to themselves. This is skill set, this is mental health, this is physical health, and this is economic health. It's all built into one. And when you donate to us, that money goes directly to those causes. And the last big piece of bucket of work that we do is we educate and empower people to reconnect with nature. We do documentaries, as Jim has so graciously been behind. We create movement, we create excitement, and we inspire each other. We have a circle community I'll talk about at the end. It's a virtual community where if you need to be connected with like-minded individuals, it's completely free to join. This is, again, Origins Reclaimed is a give back. When one rises, we all rise. And so our entire movement here is about sharing information, giving back to communities. And we ask that you give back to us in return through your financial donations so we can continue to use that money to feed back a financial model that helps communities and families break free from the control systems that do us harm into a system that does us good. Last slide, I think. Slide switch.
And we call it composting the fiat, right? The fiat dollar and all the fictional currencies out there, they are scheduled for complete destruction, right? So what do we do with things that are decomposing rapidly? We turn them into compost, right, Andrea?
Exactly. That's my favorite. It's my favorite line of Jim's. I think he has another version of that. So really, here's where we go. We are imagining a world, and this is where I ask you to sit back and close your eyes and just take it in for a second. Just imagine a world here. Think about all of the political strife we live through right now because people are hungry and people can't afford food and the grocery shelves are empty and everybody is hungry and starving and angry and divided. And now imagine a world where every single family has access to clean, unadulterated food, where communities can grow more than they could ever consume, and so that naturally lives and breeds a culture of generosity, of giving, where ancient wisdom guides modern life and we do not lose the messages of our ancestors in how to live a prosperous and healthy existence, where nature, not these psychopathic corporations, set the rhythm of health, and where the future is built on stewardship, not extraction. We live in an abundant world. This isn't a fantasy. Our God has given us more than we could ever create on our own. All we need to do is reclaim what has always been ours. And so we ask you today to join us in our mission as we become a community across the world where we take one seed, one garden, and one community at a time. And from that, set the ripples in effect to change the world. Because this is, as Jim always says, this is an idea whose time has come. This is an idea that was planted generations ago. All we need to do is reclaim the origins which have always been ours and their system. We do not need to fight the existing control systems. We simply need to opt out and opt into a new version of reality. Thank you, Jim.
Oh, gosh. Thank you, Andrea. That is so powerful. And it's exactly right. This is our next phase of humanity is for those who claim it, right? You're Bravehearts, so you're not just likely to be people that are bitching at the system. And for those who really are so skeptical, so jaded, so traumatized that you see no path forward, well, you're probably not listening, right? But if you are, I'd like to invite you to come visit here. Because when you walk in this landscape, or by the way, there's a food forest near you, right? There's food forests all over the place, but this has been the ultimate psyop, the ultimate kind of deception is to say that nature is dangerous and we don't want to have nature anywhere near where we live, right? The idea that dirt is dirty, right? The implication that dirt is what causes disease is exactly the opposite of what's true. And we're going to hear more about that later today with some of the best dirt people in the world. And the truth is that dirt is the cleanest thing. You're way better off playing in a mound of poison-free dirt than you are going to a sterile hospital room, right? Like, and that's science. Like, the numbers absolutely prove that to be true. So we got to let go of our fear of the natural system, right? People are scared to death of the possibility of seeing a snake or a spider, but they'll sit in line for a poisonous fast food shake all day long that will certainly kill them. It'll certainly drain their energy, where standing on the ground on good soil connects and raises the energy. So the whole system, back to the original seed of fear, is all based in deception. And that's the bad news, but it's also the opportunity for you Bravehearts to step into that which you reclaim your origin, remember who you are, right? All right. So who is next? We had some switch arounds here with one of the speakers being sick. Can somebody jump in and let me know who's next? Beautiful. Run the... Okay.
Medical, spa, gym, natural health clinic owners, and those wishing to start a DoD Power Pack clinic, listen up. We've got great news on reversing the so-called irreversible. What if I told you that you could achieve much greater success with your patients and your business overall? Cell-sonic regeneration from the Doc of Detox has changed the face of medical and natural health industries worldwide now. We're talking about patients with debilitating knee conditions who struggled to walk for years, no matter how many practitioners they've visited or surgeries they've had. After the cell-sonic regeneration and WOLFE non-surgical session, many leave in tears because the pain is gone and the range of motion has returned. Joint problems that have plagued patients forever will see and feel incredible range of motion, strength, and pain reduction improvements immediately after the first treatment. But here's what makes us different from every other shockwave therapy company out there. When you purchase a cell-sonic regeneration energy medicine device from the Doc of Detox, you're not just getting the best shockwave therapy device in the market today. You're getting 10,000 in free professional certifications, a 500,000 pulse shock head, which is 10 times more than most, weekly coaching calls with myself and my team, worldwide marketing opportunities for free, wholesale and affiliate Doc of Detox accounts, and global referrals through our Doc of Detox Power Pack Practitioner Map. Our DoD Power Pack clinic owners are creating real financial success for their businesses and their future, while having the most success reported in healthcare industry today with our whole body healing strategies. If you're a chiropractor, physical therapist, natural health practitioner, MD, or someone that is looking to become a certified practitioner, join a community of cutting-edge health technologies, and strategies. Listen, you need to see what's possible when it comes to the impossible. Check out the DoDPowerPack.com and find out why we're disrupting the whole healthcare industry.
All right. Bravehearts, the reason I'm wearing these awesome glasses is because I've got blue light in my face all day. And these Tesla glasses that I was so thankful to get from Dr. WOLFE, they really calm down. Otherwise, I would have a raging headache if I looked at the screen for several hours. So anyway, these glasses, that's why I'm wearing them. Otherwise, I like just, being clear eyes. But anyway, so next, I am so excited and honored to introduce a woman that has been one of my teachers and my mentors since, well, for probably 15 years. She was incredibly successful in the real estate business with one of the most famous real estate investors in the world. And then she learned what was going on. And I'd like to introduce Marjorie Wildcraft, who can help us grow food at home. Marjorie?
Thanks for that introduction, Jim. Yeah, so I made my first million before I was 40, and I was rocking it totally in the matrix, thinking that making money was the way to have a successful life, and life was pretty good. I'm not going to complain, but then I just got the wake-up call, and that's another story which I won't go into. Today, I've got this 20 minutes, and I want to talk to you about why backyard food production is critical to human survival. So, why would somebody go from making all this money, all this success, to suddenly learning how to grow food in the backyard with gardens and chickens and stuff like that? And it absolutely is critical. And so I founded the Grow Network, and a lot of people, oh, Marjorie, that's so nice. You got a gardening blog. I'm going to tell you, no, yes, it is nice, but this has direly important consequences. So let me go into a couple of reasons for that. And the first off is just plain out, old-fashioned resiliency in collapse. So I've had one of those weird personality quirks of I love to read all the collapse genre, fiction and nonfiction. I've interviewed a lot of collapse survivors for all kinds of different things, and over and over and over again, people think, oh yeah, violence is going to go. Yeah, violence will go up when food disappears. And medical stuff is going to be hard to get, but the number one thing is being able to eat. So people get very, very hungry, they starve, and famine. And the thing that they turn to is backyard food production over and over again. Soviet Union collapsed. They went and did dashas, right? I spent some time in Cuba interviewing those Cuban collapse survivors. And that tree that used to be such an annoying thing in the front yard dropped fruit all over the driveway that they had to clean up, now was a revered treasure. Doctors and lawyers who were at the top of the socioeconomic pyramid, suddenly their lowly gardeners were the most important people in the community. So backyard food production over and over again. So, yes, let's all be prepared for collapse, but there are far deeper and way more meaningful reasons for why you want to be growing food. And that is very simply genetics. So all of our heirloom varieties, that's all the vegetables, all the fruits, all the trees, all the bushes, and this is also going to be all the livestock, all the chickens and the rabbits and all the cattle and all the pigs. Everything we have that's heirloom varieties were developed by probably your great-great-grandparents, and then all the way back through history, right? So this idea that universities or companies or something develop seeds is, that's actually the seeds they develop are absolutely toxic, poisonous stuff anyway. But all of that came from people doing stuff in their backyard. Farmers cannot, and all those varieties came from that, right? So people were like, they would develop, they have a squash that could last all winter. You put the squashes under the bed, right? That's where you stored them. And the spring used to be called the starving season because you were eating on the last of your winter stores, but you hadn't gotten spring food production up and going yet. So if you had a squash that made it through the whole winter, that was a those seeds were highly valuable. And they developed squashes to be able to do that so they wouldn't starve. We have other things, some are for color, some are for nutrition, some are for size, some are good because they're easy to can. We have all these different varieties. These were all developed by people like you and me. And so a lot of people think, oh, well, we're going to just let the farmers, the small farmers develop, and they don't have time. That's a myth. The small farmers cannot do this. They are busy making a living, and they don't have time to do experimental plots. So you and I, in our backyards, even though we have much less land, most of us maybe just have like a little quarter acre or even less, a little subdivision lot. We actually have more time and energy that we can devote to maybe 2 or 3 different things that we're developing. But we have a lot more time and energy to experiment, which is a vital and essential part of the entire food shed. And that's where all these heirloom genetics came from. So an essential component to that are the county fairs, which we have mostly lost contact with, and I've been looking for a way to see if I could help rejuvenate those across the United States and across the world. And the importance of the county fair is that's where the connection from the backyard producers and the local farmers would happen. So maybe you grew an amazing variety of tomato, or maybe you grew an amazing variety of apple, or whatever it is. You would take it to the county fair when the fair happened, and of course maybe you win a ribbon or whatever, but it's on display there. And that's when the farmers came in, and the farmers would look at this and they go, oh, wow, that's amazing. That's I'm and they would talk to you about it, and then the farmer might go, okay, well, I'm going to try a test patch of that. They don't have time to develop that variety, but you did. By the way, this is the way you build legacy for yourself. In my family with my former husband, my father-in-law, Pops, developed a tomato called Pops's Porter. And it wasn't super tasty, but it had the distinguishing characteristic that it would grow in the Texas summertime heat, which, believe me, is a huge accomplishment. And, so we all kept the Pops's Porter seeds. And long after Pops is gone, he's still alive and kicking, so thankfully for that. But long after Pops is gone, we're going to remember Pops because of the Pops's Porter tomato. And that's what you can also do. So you can build legacy from this. But backyard food, really, I think I've been looking at some estimates. I think 70% of the people in a food shed need to be doing some variety of backyard food production or balcony production, or a countertop, whatever you can possibly do. And it is absolutely vital for keeping the genetics and the vibrancy alive. One more possible thing to talk about is the division of labor. So you don't need to grow all of your own food, but there are some foods that are essential and critical and more suited to backyard food production. So when I lived in Texas, had a very vibrant community there, we would band together to grow calorie crops. Now, calorie crops are good for larger operations, maybe mechanized, whether you're using tractors or mechanized using horses. But calorie crops like corn or potatoes or things like that, they generally need many hands for short periods of time, spaced throughout time. So like in the initial planting and bed prep, and then you leave it alone, and somebody needs to water and all that, but then you need everybody to come in to do a weeding. And then maybe a month later, you need everybody to come in and do another fertilization and a weeding, and then the harvest, right? So these crops tend to be very, very good for communities that band together. We actually did it with a group of 5 neighbors, a group of 5 families, and we grew corn together. But that is a crop that is more suited to maybe a small farmer that everybody supports. But what's essential in your backyard is going to be those vegetables, the broccoli, the chard, the kale, the carrots, the squash, certainly all the lettuces and the more fragile things that just don't have a lot of shelf life. And then, of course, eggs and, rabbit meat, small animal livestock. And again, that's vitally, vitally important. So the biggest myth in the survival and preparedness space is the guy goes, he's getting his family and they're moving out to their acreage way the heck out on the mountaintop. Nobody's going to get me. I got all my guns. And I'm like, hey, darling, who are your children going to marry? Like we're a tribe, right? We're a tribe. We need other people around us. And again, it comes back to genetics because, I've got a small rabbitry right now. Actually, I've got 1 buck and 4 breeding does. I'm also experimenting with some other animals called cooey. I've got a buck and 2 does with that, and I've got 7 ducks. You need a pool of animals and livestock in order for the breeding, right? Like eventually my buck's going to get older and my doe's going to get older, and you need to change the bloodlines out. You really need a community of people who are raising these animals so that you can get another buck or another doe, or the same with the roosters and the hens and the whole thing. There needs to be a pool of genetics to work from. So, and community, right? That's what community is all about. So, I know people are like, oh yeah, that's going to be so nice, and I get around to that. I'm telling you, you need to get around to that right now. And I want to let you know that it is way more vitally important than you could possibly imagine, that your contribution, which might seem small, is just unbelievably important in the grander scheme of things. So I don't know where we're doing on time, Jim, but I know I only had a short slot. Um,
You're doing fantastic. Absolutely great information. I'm just looking at the times as well. Yeah, so I've got a question for you. One of the things that a lot of people are going to say right now up in the north is, but I live in the cold climate. What are some solutions for that?
Well, so first of all, in the cold climates, you think about it, rabbits live in cold climates. They live everywhere. So I have a very simple 3-part system for how to grow half of your own food in a backyard-sized space. And I believe it's on the Origins Reclaimed website there for where people can go to this. I don't think there's any charge for that. I think you guys actually make that available. I'm not sure, but I show people, and it's a very simple system. You can do it in your backyard. You can do it if you're older. You can do it if you're out of shape, and you can do it starting any time of year. So this time of year where it's getting really cold, well, it's time to think about the rabbitry, build a small rabbitry, right? Or maybe get the chickens. They don't produce as much right now. Or if you're in the cold, maybe you want to go with ducks. They don't produce as much right now, but you can get the housing going. You can get the water going. You can start building the infrastructure. You can start getting the beds ready for spring. There is always something to do, and that's part of what that free webinar is all about, is getting you started immediately. Believe me, we're in World War III right now, people. Let's not, make any bones about this. And the attack is not, most of us think about war, we think about guys in fatigues running around with guns. No, the war is for your mind. It's for your body. We're all being attacked on many, many, many levels. It's information. And one way to get out of that is to become as self-reliant as possible, which is what Origins Reclaimed is all about. And a huge part of that is going to be food, and specifically backyard food production.
Yeah. Oh, I couldn't agree more. And what about, like, have you had any experiences with like growing things indoors in buckets or bags, like sweet potatoes or anything like that?
Oh my gosh, yes. And I love that. I know there's for people who have a little bit more money, they're coming up with all these really innovative indoor grow systems, with lights or whatever. And I've experimented with a couple of them. I really like them. The Garden Tower, the Tower Garden, both of them, they're different companies. They're wonderful. A friend of mine lives up in Colorado, freezing cold Colorado. She has a beautiful sliding glass door that faces the south. And every year in pots through the winter, she grows cucumbers on a trellis that just faces out that sliding glass door. So it's always getting, just whatever sunlight and warmth that you can get. But she has the most amazing cucumbers every year, all winter long, right there fresh, there are so many things that you can do to be growing food all the time. I always tell people, of course, there's the community garden, and then there's the growing things on your balcony or in your patio. I always tell people, look, set your heart and your mind that you want to do this, and then open yourself up. Just say, look, universe, I really want to grow food. Here's what I got. I don't have a backyard, but I've got this and that, and this is what I have. Can you show me? And then be open for that answer to come in crazy directions, right? I'll give you a great example of how a crazy direction could come. So people used to always tell me, Marjorie, what can I live in an apartment. I've got the sunny windowsill full. What can I do? And I did that same thing. I'm like, what can people do, right? So I had a teenage son, and one day we found out, he's very entrepreneurial, that he had been growing mushrooms, psilocybin, in the closet. And so, we deal with that as parents because we can't have that, right? But then I'm thinking, oh, that was the answer. You can grow mushrooms in a
Yeah.
closet. They
Wow.
can be the culinary ones,
Yeah, right.
But that where the answer came from, this supposedly horrible, bad, embarrassing parental situation, but the answer came that way. So when I say be open, and the universe will give you an answer. So say, this is my intent, and have know in your heart that you're going to get help, and there's all kinds of help in all the realms around us. So that's my recommendation.
All right. And we still have a few minutes. So what you just said is so profound. And I said something similar to that earlier, is you set the intention and then we listen. And then all of a sudden, what happens?
Yeah. Jim, I love to quote, and I've seen you talking this message, and I'm going to reiterate it for folks. And, there's a conversation of, why is evil more powerful than good? Why is there so much more evil in the world than there is good? I mean, they're managing the whole planet, and they're doing this, and they've contaminated the food supply. The financial system is a system of fines. The educational system is meant to keep you dumb. I mean, we all know that whole story. The tools to manifest anything in our common shared reality is the same for all of us, right? For you and for me, as well as all the people who really don't have any good intent for you. The only difference is they are more focused and more organized. But those same tools of having an intent, staying open, and then working on and manifesting it when that comes, we can do that. And we need to organize as those of us who are on the side of good. It's not always good versus evil, but for those of us who are on the side of, we need healthy food, we need bright, intelligent, thinking, creative beings, and especially our children. We need monetary systems that are fair and honest and don't bleed you to death. We need transportation that makes sense. All of these systems, we can have it. We need to organize and be more focused than we have been, right? So we tend to be, good people. We be a little more relaxed, right? We need to be as focused and as organized as the other guys. So, but we can do it. We've all been given free will, and the exact same tools of holding an intent and working to manifest applies to everybody. We all have those tools.
Oh, I love how you said that. So it starts with awareness that there is a way, right? And then you set the intention to be part of the way, to be part of the change. And for folks who don't know what that means, then do exactly what Marjorie said and start at home. Garden what you've got. If you've got a countertop, right? If you've got a closet, if you've got a window, if you've got a yard, or for people, we're working with homeless people who have none of that. They live in homeless encampments, and they're taking sweet potato starts and planting them around their homeless encampments.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
There are so many incredible solutions that are available to us. And I want to go on that point you talked about. There always is a way.
Yes.
There always is a way. So, when they were doing the whole COVID experience and orchestrating that, if you did not want to get jabbed, which most people with any common sense figured out how to avoid that, there was always a way to avoid that. I mean, I did more travel and attended large events then than I didn't slow down at all during those years. So it is entirely possible, and there always is a way. I do not believe the universe wants you to come here and be some kind of member of the Borg in some polyopticon, technocratic thing. That's not the purpose of your life. That's not what you're here for. You are here to be a human being, to express love and to grow and to learn and to exercise your free will and to improve yourself, to improve your consciousness, and to help everybody around you. That's one of the things that you do. So there always is a way. I always feel that backyard food production is the saving grace, because so we are headed into famine. There's make no doubt about it. We're in either, you want to call it World War III or Global War I or whatever it is, but always with war comes famine. And it is coming. You're already seeing it. If we don't have hyperinflation and currency collapse, it's because crop failures have been happening all over the world. There's been a war on farmers forever. You know, that whole soybean thing that happened recently, the flooding all over the, I mean, believe me, we are headed into it, and you're already seeing the effect of the falling fiat currencies. Like, just go into a grocery store and experience eggs or hamburger having gone up however much it's gone up. And that is, you know, that is not going to stop. That's going to go up higher and higher and higher. It will increase to such a point where you can't afford to eat anymore. And it happens quickly. In Weimar, Germany, in January of 1922, a dozen eggs cost about 3 marks. And people were complaining because they doubled in the last couple of years. By October of that year, of 1922, a dozen eggs cost almost 1 billion marks. Like, and this is a time in 1922, there's no cell phones, no smartphones, no internet, no connectedness. I mean, it happened that fast in that time frame. And we are on the verge of that right now. Like, the price of eggs has doubled and people are grumbling about it. It is going to accelerate and accelerate and accelerate. The saving grace is you don't need a military, industrial, corporate, governmental system to feed yourself. You can use your hands, soil. You can still grow your own food with backyard food production. You can make your own medicine. There's all kinds of wild medicinal plants all around you. So, and there's, you know, lots of people getting laid off because of AI and robots and whatever. There's so much opportunity because all these systems that are collapsing, they need to be rebuilt in a healthy way. And there are so many opportunities in that same, you know, in the collapse, there's the regeneration, and there are so many opportunities. So, yes.
Oh, gosh, thank you so much, Marjorie, for your dedication, your commitment, your wisdom, and your awareness of everything going on. Marjorie Wildcraft, everybody, the Grow Network and Origins Reclaimed. We're here to share her information because she knows how to do it. Thank you, Marjorie.
Thank you so much, Jim, and really appreciate everybody you've gathered here and the work that you've been doing to move this forward, because we need to do this. We need to have you, and those of you watching, we need you. We need you. If you're watching this, very likely you are going to become the leader in your neighborhood, in your family, in your community, because you have half an idea of what's coming and you've been gathering some resources and skills. Just like in Cuba I was talking about, the most lowliest people that you wouldn't have never suspect became the community leaders because they were able to navigate the collapse situation that they were going through. And that will be happening for you. So gather all the resources you can, learn as much as you can, get started right now. You have no idea how important you are and how important you will be as this thing unfolds.
Gosh, so well said, Marjorie. Oh, thank you. And everybody, we're going to go to a 2-minute commercial, and then we will be back with Eleanor, an amazing permaculture landscape designer. So stay tuned. We'll be back.
If not now, I ask you, when will you take the greatest journey of your life to uncover and discover your true authentic self as a spirit being having a human experience? My name is Dr. Darrell Wolfe, and I personally invite you to the platform that unites the world, Braveheart Nation app. This life-saving app was created with the vision of a united community powered by unconditional love and total self-worth. Make no mistakes, the BHM app is like no other. We've pulled out all the stops to connect you with like-minded leaders, life-changing, life-saving practices, advanced masterclasses, BHN True Vision shows, along with mind-blowing docu-series to raise your frequency, by igniting the all-powerful heart-brain connection. And then there's the self-assessment quizzes to get to the root cause of those issues in your tissues. And how about finding the perfect match, that perfect life partner? And let's not forget our New World Practitioners Map at your fingertips. Welcome to Braveheart Nation, where all lives matter. I truly believe this is the world's most powerful self-love, self-care app that's ever been created. All of our Braveheart family is so excited and honored to have you on board. You were created to create a masterpiece. Let's get to it, my beautiful Bravehearts.
Welcome back, Bravehearts. Wow, I hope you enjoy the show so far. The information coming from these amazing guests is, as you know, it's more than relevant right now. It is the path to freedom for humanity. And our next guest, Eleanor Torini, is one of the most enlightened and detailed and really just incredible permaculture designers that I have had the experience of meeting. Eleanor, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Jim. It's a pleasure.
So share with us your perspective. What's your why? Why did you become a permaculture designer and advocate? And what can you share with our audience today?
Okay, that's actually a very interesting question. And the story I would like to share with you today is a story of hope. So it's mostly addressed to people that feel they want to make that shift in their lives, reorient, their career towards something that makes more sense and is a higher vibration in them. And also it's for parents, because parents, you need to trust your kids. If they grew up intelligent and with critical sense and logic, they know what they're doing. They are just, if they are having a bad moment or just changing their whole lives from one moment to the others, because they're called to do that. And so my parents trust me when I did that. And I want to tell you this story because today I am fulfilled. And the reason that I'm here is because of all this path that I've been blindly trusting and nobody was telling me how to do that, right? And you also have done this. It's a story of trust, right? And so just to give you a little bit of context, I am years old. I have been a permaculture designer for the past 5 years officially. And then I was into permaculture for the past 8 years. So I'm still young. I'm still learning. And so far I work I have my own company. I do farm designs and help people build their own farm. And I work as a lead designer with Food Forest Abundance to really help entrepreneurial, like-minded people to set up their farm, not only on the land side, on the land design side, but also we want them to succeed. So we tie up the business plan, the economic part so that they can fulfill their role and, you know, be happy to create a revenue for themselves, for their family, and for the community, and share it. So permaculture has been for me a discovery. I was raised in a middle-class family that put high expectation on me. I became an engineer. I had a degree in international business management. I speak 5 languages. At some point at 27, I had a corporate car, a laptop, a corporate phone, a boyfriend, and I was living on a 50 hectares farm. My life was perfect, but I was sad because that's it. Life is boring. I don't want to be in a corporate job all day long. And the only thing that saved me was actually a podcast about permaculture that I was putting every morning and every evening when I was going back and forth to work. And so then I to have my own nursery, do my own kitchen garden at home. And from there, like, okay, it started. 1 year later, I quit my job, I quit my boyfriend, I sell my car, and I just fly away. I say, okay, I want to travel. I don't care. I just want to know myself and what I want to do for this world, because I feel I have so much to give. So this whole year was really a self-discovery. When I came back, I said, okay, what do I do? It was COVID time. And the only thing I could think of that was really filling me was permaculture. And so from there, I decided to say, okay, I trust, because this is the only thing that I want to do. I took a business class, business program to really set up my work. I took Geoff Lawton's permaculture design course it was 8 months long. So I really focused on that. And then when I finished that, I got my first contract for creating a design, but I really trusted it, right? I acted for it. I put on Facebook, hey, I can do volunteering and creating your permaculture design in if you pay my travel and my food, etc., etc. So that was the first thing I did to have a feedback and to start practicing. And then by word of mouth, I got my first contract. And then Food Forest Abundance came in my life, and I got my first design contract with Food Forest Abundance. So it was all like step by step. It didn't come like all at once, but it was also trusting life, right? And so my why today is leaving this world better than what I found it, than how I found it. And it's by really communicating my passion for what I see, for what I do, for having chickens in my backyard, for traveling to Thailand and seeing a farm that has, ponds, that has a really intelligent system of cultivating their land, like ponds on the top, and then they irrigate the orchard, and then they have food forest as well, and the animals, and everything works well. It's really about communicating how the world, yes, the world is going crazy on one side, but there's also so many people growing their own food, having their own farms, teaching. Like the past 5 years, I've been traveling the world a lot, either for volunteering or for visiting projects or for working on projects. And I can tell you, like in Italy, they're doing that. In Indonesia, they are still planting rice by hand, and still using the plow with the buffaloes. We have a Freedom Farm Academy in Thailand with Dr. Woody. He is the most intelligent man. Like, he is curing people from the vaccine, and he's also a farmer. He's dedicated to waking up at 3 or 4 a.m. in the morning. And then he has when I got there 3 years ago, maybe there were 50 chickens. Now they have 200 chickens. They are producing daily eggs for the community. They have buffaloes, water buffaloes. They have pigs. They have syntropic systems. They have, maybe we designed 5 ponds. They have 5 ponds with plankton farms in it. They have swales. It's the way he grew the farm, and he grows the farm with refugees from Myanmar.
Wow.
So he helps also refugees, creating community on the farm. So there are lots of projects. There are projects in Brazil. I mean, everywhere. It's just about opening up to this world and seeing that, there's people actually creating these communities. And in the Western world, it's a little bit more difficult because we have been taught of, you have to work to earn a salary and you need to think individually because that's the way it is. We've lost the culture, right? We've lost the traditions. In less developed countries, they are poorer, so they need to stick together again. And there's more bargain. There's more self-dependence, which is great. It's the glue of the communities. Sorry, not self-dependence, but interdependence, right? Interconnection, which is the glue of the community. And you're never alone, right? We feel so alone here, but they are never alone because they know they can count on each other. So this is really important to develop, not just your garden, you're not just harvest, you're not just plant. And I was talking to someone, he lives in Bali, and when they have village reunions, the government, the people that work at the government, they are like in the front, right? They say, oh, I work in the government, like I can speak. And then the farmers are at the back, but and they hide almost because they are farmers, right? But actually, they are the ones that are the most fit, the most healthy, and the ones that can provide food for their family. Like, I would be so proud of that, right? And the government people are fat, they are lazy, they are just blurred in their minds. And so there is a contradiction here. So be proud of being a farmer. And I think this is the next thing that if it changes in people's mindset, it would be a revolution. And it needs to start with the education of kids. We don't teach our kids to plan, to have financial planning, like good financial planning. We don't teach them how to manifest, right? We don't teach them how to be more social. We don't teach them how to plant their own food. Well, it's starting. This one is starting. But there are so many aspects in life that school is, well, we know about that, right? Like school is just, So where was I?
Well,
So it's about creating a culture.
Yeah. And in the flow of things, what we're talking about, because when people don't know what to do next, a lot of people's first thought is it's going to be hard. But what I'm sharing and what I hear you sharing is actually it's in the flow. It's actually just flowing with the energy of source of the universe.
Exactly. And it's mostly like, oh, I have something to give. I have my part of responsibility. And this is also what helped me a lot in realizing like my own self is, and I still have a lot of, of steps to make, like, but it's on the way. So I have a part of responsibility in what I ask and what I do and what I wish. But, and this is what I can control. But I accept that I cannot control this part, and I give this part to the universe. And somehow it always works out. It can take more or less time, but it's so important to trust that, yes, I did my part. I did the best. Like, I do my best every day. But then I know that the universe is going to bring me, because it's kind of a synchronization of on reality timelines, right? You want to be there, and then when you so the reality is here, that you're the reality you want to reach. So you grow until here, and then at some point it matches, right? And so that's how it works, basically, at least for me.
Yeah,
but
beautiful.
Parents, please trust your kids, because they know what they're doing. And if they have a good brain, they are the ones that can really make a change, really.
I want to just reiterate that if we don't trust our kids, then we're going to have kids that don't feel trusted. And that feeling, that faith in being trusted to make the right decision is what compels kids, especially with a little bit of framing around it. Like I very often say to my daughters, I say, yeah, do whatever you think is right. And then I leave it at that, because they know. And I am shocked every day by my daughters blowing my mind with a level of awareness that I wasn't aware of. And I'm like, God, thank God for not trying to, structure their life and tell them here's what and when and how and why. No, we got to take that out of our education mindset and really be the learners from the students, right? Because they learn 90% of what they teach. So the more our kids and the students in schools can teach us things, the more they're actually learning.
Exactly. Yeah. So I hope one day I can have kids and do that. I'm not there yet.
Oh, it's such a beautiful thing. It's really what every parent feels this, and even people who just get it intuitively. The kids they're our future, and they're our most if I had to put my finger on the most important motivation in my life, it would be having a future of abundance for my kids and grandkids and everybody else's kids and grandkids.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's the vision. That's the vision that we all have. It's in different, different shades of, because we have different inner motivations too, and different energies inside of us. But I'm sure everyone wants to leave this world better than what they found it. So.
Oh, for sure. Everybody who is aware that they can, right? So I've got a question for you. What would mass adoption of the permaculture ethics and principles look like in our world? Let's say we achieve kind of a wave, which is happening, right? So let's say we give it a year, give it 7 years. What does the world look like in 7 years after we've achieved kind of mass adoption of the awareness of the permaculture mindset?
Okay, so maybe we want to remind the permaculture mindset before. So we have 3 ethics, and it's people care of the nature, planet care, earth care, and fair share. So when you have a lot, then you can share it in a fair way. So what I'm going to tell you is one vision. It's my vision, and I've thought about it for some time. And so if all these ethics are incorporated in the mindset, and let's say, yeah, if they're incorporated in everyone's mindset, which is going to happen in some time, it looks like a constellation. So we have decentralized villages, right? Each village is present in one bioregion, which is basically a big watershed, and is self-sustainable in that bioregion. And that village is known for one particular thing that other villages don't. So they still are self-sufficient, but they create codependency of one particular service or product that makes them unique and also connects them to the rest of the world. And so each village can then produce one specific thing, like more than all the self-producing crops and you know, like for self-sustainability and resiliency. So each village shares and communicates and makes commerce with each other, so that there's activity, right? There's activity on the world, and there's still interconnections. There's still travelers that come and share the techniques and share the knowledge, and you know, and also we are reactivating that ancient wisdom, because today what we are taught is that we need to build status. But the ancient wisdom tells us you need to build a legacy for your kids and for the people that will come after you. So we are reactivating this ancient wisdom, and we are mixing also with the new knowledge, right? Because maybe 6,000 years ago, we had a certain type of knowledge because Egyptians and Mongolians were, you know, creating something. But today it's Italians and Russians that are creating some other knowledge. So we want to incorporate that. So to me, it's like all the old ancient wisdom and new technology, creating that bridge. And it's all about creativity, because the universe is about creation. So it's good to have destruction, because it's always a process of creation. Destruction is creation, right? We have Shiva, and then we are creating something from the destruction. So to me, what is good and bad? It's like bad, yeah, bad can be destruction. Good can be creation, and it's always a loop. So I don't think there will be bad. I don't think that there will be no bad at all and no evil at all, because we need evil to actually have the good part. And it's always balance. Like sometimes evil is up and sometimes good is up, right? It's always a circle.
Yeah, I absolutely couldn't agree more. It's this contrast. It's like friction, right? You can't make babies without friction. You can't have a lot of things without friction. And so it's the friction that compels us. One sec, babe. Could you move this behind so the sun doesn't get too hot on the computer and fry it? It's this contrast that makes us ask new questions. And that's where creativity comes from, is this contrast and friction. So, you know, thank God for all of it, because it's all somehow in the mind of God, right?
Exactly. And the thing is that, so why are we fighting fighting evil so much? It's not fight. It's just, if we understand that fight is not the way, but creation of another pathway is the other, you know, it's the other way around, which someone was talking about it before, then we are creating a new way, and it's a new energy. And if more and more people join that energy, then it becomes a trend.
keep going. Sorry, I was trying to get messages as to helping to organize this.
Okay.
Eleanor, I thank you. Your depth of understanding of the permaculture world, and it goes deeper than a lot of the things we talk about today, as you've expressed so beautifully. So I just want to again thank you, Eleanor, and
Thank you, Jim.
let's keep creating.
It was a pleasure.
All right, pura vida. All right. So now I believe we're going to go to another a real quick commercial break. It'll be 2 minutes. And then I just got news from my wife that Pat Miletich is going to be on. So he'll be on next. And then we have a series of incredible speakers. And the next group of speakers will continue to share really powerful strategies. I mean, I'm talking about strategies like permaculture, right? And just to give you a real quick synopsis, the 7-year vision that I can see, I can literally see it in front of me, is food forests everywhere, right? Every town has multiple food forests in common areas and in most backyards, right? 50% of the 50 million acres of lawn in the United States becomes food forests because there's no logical reason not to do this. Everybody wins, right? And prisons and schools and all of these different earth becomes like the Garden of Eden, this Eden ideal. In 7 years, that absolutely is logical. And we are on the path to doing that. So thank you again, Eleanor. All right.
Okay, now for the lower part of the leg, we'll start off with the right elbow with a downward motion and a downward movement. Okay, so bring it into the bone to break that scar tissue down. Medial side.
Wonderful. So now that I've done that from face to face on an angle, I'm going to flip myself around. Now I'm shifting, and I'm still going to grind against that fibula ledge. All essential oils hold a different frequency, so it is good to change them up regardless of what you're using. So it's good to have a couple different varieties, because then the body responds differently. Okay.
Hello, brave hearts. Oh, I hope you are enjoying this epic show, right? Please contemplate this. If you put all of this different information together, what's going to happen? Well, what's going to happen is we put it together and then we share it and then we win. And the Garden of Eden is our prize and everybody benefits from that to the nth degree. It's such a beautiful thing. And so up next is one of the most unique individuals that I have ever met. He was the toughest man in the world for about 4 years running, 4 to 5 years. He was the toughest man in the world. He was a pioneer in the UFC. He was inducted into the Hall of Fame, right? So that's one epic skill set, to be the toughest man in the world, and what it took mentally and physically to be that. Then he became a coach. And he became, to my knowledge, one of the best coaches in the world. He had over 90 pay-per-viewed athletes at one time, and he had about a dozen world champions that he had coached to help them be world champions. And guess what he is now? He's a soil savior. His name is Pat Miletich. Pat?
Hi, Jim.
Hey, brother. Gosh, it's so good to see you. How you doing?
Good to see you. I'm dressed a little bit differently than you are because I'm up in the Dakotas and it's very cold here today. So I'm bundled up. I'm in one of the Quonsets here that we turned into a gym. And
Nice.
so we've got our workout facility out here on the farm.
Oh gosh, it sounds I can't wait to see you. You've visited me here a bunch, and we've
Yeah.
done some little pummeling and grappling, but I can't wait to come up to your place and see that, especially in the summer.
I might be a former world champ, but I'm a little afraid and nervous to tangle with you, my friend.
That's why it's so much fun, brother. Oh man, I love it a lot. So, Pat, the other thing I want to share, because it's so relevant, is you wrote a book. You were aware of what started back in 2020. You knew it was going to happen, and you actually wrote a book about it like a long, long time ago. What do you want to share with us today?
Yeah, no, I appreciate it, Jim. And thanks everybody for jumping on, and for anybody that eventually listens to this recording. For me, spending my entire childhood suffering from health issues, respiratory issues, a lot of other things due to chemical inputs in agriculture. I spent a lot of time on family farms on both sides of the family down in southern Iowa. And of course, black mold from the house that we were living in. So it was kind of a compounding issue. And I wanted to be great at sports. Grew up in Bettendorf, Iowa, which is kind of the pinnacle of athleticism in the state of Iowa, and wrestling is king in Iowa, of course. But I just couldn't get to the top, and my respiratory system basically dictated what I was able to do on any given day. So it was very frustrating growing up that sick my entire childhood, and having dreams and aspirations, which all children do, right? All children have those aspirations and dreams of what they'd like to do, those visions. So anyway, fast forward to when I was about 20 years old. I was getting ready to turn pro in kickboxing at the time. And I realized that if I couldn't breathe in a fight where people are punching and kicking me, hitting me with elbows and knees, that I probably wouldn't do well, and I'd probably get hurt. And so I really started to dig into the research and found what I thought at the time to be a satisfactory protocol that was probably, had a good chance of helping me. Well, 10 days later, I went from breathing through a straw full of mucus to what felt like, anyway, a crystal clear giant PVC tube. And now all the hard work that I was putting in to keep up with everyone my entire life now propelled me past everybody. I could run faster, longer, 10 miles at 5.5 minute pace, doing some pretty crazy things. And then, of course, that led to a UFC world title. And I continued to research to be able to, I thought, well, if it could take a guy who was sick his whole life through his entire childhood and make him a world champ, what could these substances do for people who weren't sick? And my observations were that it turned them into superhumans. And so putting the concentrated organic matter, the balanced elements, the real minerals, the real vitamins from nature into human beings totally changes the game. And my athletes were able to do things that nobody else was able to do. They were able to run through people pretty easily for the most part, all across the globe. And so that was my laboratory for a lot of years. And that eventually went into working with law enforcement, military, and some military groups had me as a consultant for high altitude operations and recovery and a lot of other things. So nonetheless, at the same time, because my family came from agriculture, I'd been growing food since 6th grade. And I was observing just subconsciously, maybe not recognizing it right away, that something was off. I didn't resonate with what was happening in the world around me. And through my research with soil, with human beings, then with animals, and of course through special forces operators, my work with military and military folks who knew what was going on and being brought here as well, a lot of historical references and understandings that I saw history repeating itself, right? So America is right now Weimar Germany 2.0. We've got the same all across the fronts of chemical poisoning, nutrient deficiencies, psychological warfare, spiritual warfare, financial warfare. All those things are falling into place. These are the problems, right? Well, how did we get here? Well, if we go back, I'll just go back a little bit. At least in modern times, how did we get here? How were things hijacked? Well, we can go back to, everybody knows of the Rockefeller Foundation taking over medicine and the medical departments at universities, prestigious universities, and rewriting, and then the Flexner report that came out before that even, to make plant-based real nutrients, minerals, and vitamins as the alternative, and made synthetic chemical medications the mainstream. So on top of that, in the early 30s, the Frankfurt School of Education, the lectures across the country at universities, indoctrinating university professors, and of course the money that was injected by German chemical companies and others that took over our university educational departments. And we moved forward to 1970s to, well, 71, of course, Nixon taking us off the gold standard, and then the green revolution of the chemical agriculture explosion across America. And from there, I noticed my elders on both sides of the family getting things like Parkinson's and cancer and things like that, and destroying their health. So for me, things were all being formulated into the puzzle being put together for me to understand how severe the problems were, from the soil all the way to human health and everything in between. So, we can listen to the experts in the medical world, the experts in the agriculture world, for instance, and their perspective, God bless them, they're stuck in systems where they've been educated to think that every symptom has a name, right? And then that name is categorized into what they call disease, and then they create, a chemical treatment for it, unfortunately. Where I am, in the 40 years of research that I've done, it's pretty obvious to me that the environment creates genetic expression, whether that's good or bad, and that results in a good or bad immune function across the planet. And the best way to explain that really is understanding that the earth is one big organism, and we're just tiny little mites crawling around on that organism. What the soil needs for diversity of mineralization and nutrients and microorganisms, soil-borne probiotics, that's what's supposed to be in us, because we're just part of this bigger organism. And that's how we flow with nature and maintain our health, our power, our vibrancy, and our life force. So by allowing, we're bombarded, all Americans are bombarded with the information that is paid for through massive, most of these chemical corporations have more money than, well, most nations. And they're capable of keeping the lights on at the television, radio, and news stations, the newspapers. So they're able to feed us any information that they want. And of course, the people that are stuck in the media broadcasting world, well, they depend on a check to feed their children. The people that work at the chemical companies depend on a check to feed their children, make their house payment, their car payment, put Johnny and Sally off to college, all those sort of things. So they're not bad people. None of them are bad people. They're just stuck in systems and they don't know how to get out of it. So that's, for us at Soil Saviors and Cell Saviors, is to help people understand the problems, why their children are sick, why they're sick, and why Americans are falling apart, and help them understand, well, it's coming from your environment, number one, and that if we address the environmental issues, which we can, we know that we've got data that can break down all synthetic chemicals, heavy metals, radiation contamination. It doesn't matter what it is that man has created and put into the environment. We are capable of breaking those things down and actually converting synthetic chemicals into essential fatty acids and inorganic metals into organic metals, which are then called colloid minerals, which are the versions, that's the natural process for creating vitality and life on Earth. So ultimately, when I see children's hospitals full of children, when I see parking lots of hospitals full of people, it's none of it's necessary, none of it is needed, and none of it should be happening. And so I think 2020 and the past 5 years has woken a lot of people up to things that we were already well aware of course, and that's a beautiful thing. And what I have learned, at least through my experience, is this, is I'm not going to go to somebody who doesn't want to hear this information. I'm merely going to share the information with people, and those who vibrate with it, the frequency makes sense, that they will gravitate towards what we're all doing, right? And those are the people that we can help. Others will come along. Jim, you're a visionary. And I had Monty Bottens, who's an agriculture expert, who is probably one of the smartest guys I've ever met, who's teaching farmers how to switch over away from the big ag chemical operations to doing things sustainably. But he said to me one day, and this is what I'll relay to you and the others on this call, is that about 1% of the population are visionaries, and about 18% of the population will follow those visionaries. And then the rest of the population, the 80% or so, will come along later. And because they see the way then. So leading the way is not the easiest thing to do. You're obviously aware of that. You've been through the ups and downs of what that entails. And
Arrows in the back.
yeah, and everybody on this call has somewhat been through some of that process. But the solutions are, again, understanding that a human being alone needs 64 minerals for proper genetic expression, that those minerals have to be in the proper form, carbon bonded colloid minerals, not inorganic metals, right? And the vitamins that we need have to be through those same means, created in the soil that are uptaken into the plants and converted. We cannot have vitamins created in a laboratory and inorganic rock dust in vitamin mineral capsules that are going to remotely help us. When you take a supplement, for instance, if it doesn't dramatically increase your energy, remove inflammation, create better digestion, better breathing, better flexibility, all these sort of things, it's not doing its job. It has to move the needle a massive amount. And so what we try to help people understand is that, yes, you can take toxic soil and convert it in a very short amount of time. We've shown that can happen in 2 to 4 months, and all toxins are broken down, and then the soil is healing, right? So to help people understand, I always use the environment to help them understand their own illness. For instance, that in Iowa, 14 lakes, 14 beaches were closed this summer due to an explosion of E. coli bacteria. Well, what runs off of Iowa fields, Iowa being literally the cancer epicenter of the United States right now, is millions upon millions of pounds of NPK fertilizers, pesticides, herbicides, fungicides, things like that are dumped on our soil. When it rains, that runs off into the creeks, streams, and into the lakes. Now you've got an imbalance. You've got a massive amount of toxins and nutrient deficiencies. So therefore, nature is going to fight back. An explosion of E. coli bacteria happens to digest what we have done to the water and the soil. And they blame the E. coli. The germ theory, again, perpetuates itself for people to be afraid of the microorganisms that we're all made of and that nature is supposed to have an abundance of, right? So it's the same thing, that water getting an E. coli explosion in population is the same thing when you, as a person or an animal, gets an infection. They're nutrient deficient and they're toxic, and nature is trying to correct the situation. Therefore, we're sent to a professional expert where they give us antibiotics, which by very definition is anti-life, to kill the microorganisms in our body, might bring down the population of the E. coli or the staph or whatever that is, but it's also killing the diversity of organisms in our bodies. So when we understand the nutrient deficiencies and toxicities lead to all problems in plant, insect, animal, honeybee, and human health and vitality, once we understand that and understand how to address it, the causes, not the symptoms, we tend to solve a lot of our own problems.
Oh gosh, I couldn't agree more. And there's a few things you said that are sticking with me. The one that I find kind of so powerful, the most powerful and relevant, at least in one context, is you did not vilify the farmers. You did not vilify the corporate people. You did not vilify anybody. You actually said these are good people who simply might not be aware that what they're doing is causing great harm. Right now, we've got too many people judging and vilifying people. Do you agree?
100%. I mean, here's the thing. I have family members and had family members, agriculture, medical. I've got relatives that, neurosurgeons, at very prestigious hospitals and universities. Now, it's important for me to understand that if I vilify a farmer, I vilify my family. that if I vilify a doctor, I vilify my family. If I vilify a scientist or a chemist or anyone, I vilify my own family. And so it's very important that we humanize everything, take this down to the human level, and understand that the system is the problem. All the systems are the problem that have been created. And our materialistic needs as humans, as bodies walking around with a soul in them, a spirit, that while we're here, we have materialistic needs to a certain extent. Everybody does. So what are my real needs and what are my wants? Many want a giant house and a bunch of Mercedes Benzes. But it's important for us to understand that we don't need giant houses and Mercedes Benzes. That's not the goal. The goal is to help my fellow man, to help the environment, to help my children when I'm gone, and to leave for them an education that protects them from the systems if they even exist by the time you and I are gone.
Right. And that's up to us organizing effectively together, and just a shout out to Doc Will Spencer. I just got a message that popped through while I was looking at our next in line here. And I'm like, this fella has a similar story, and he's just such a wealth of knowledge. And
and his laboratory has been the soil and helping humans who are suffering from a lot of illnesses. And he has, in my circle of knowledge, we're always adding pieces to our knowledge, and Will has confirmed or added to massive amounts of my knowledge on how this all comes together, right? And my laboratory was, wrestling rooms and cages, sending men in, against other men who were highly trained to damage them. They had to operate at the highest level or they would not win and make the money they needed. They would not win or hold a world title. And when you're playing that serious of a game, your immune function, your genetic expression has to be at the highest level. So you can lose a basketball game, you can lose a soccer game, but when you lose a fight at the highest level, you get sent to the hospital, and you have many times will suffer severe damage. So it was my job as a coach to make sure that they were educated on what they needed to do to be able to operate at a level that was higher than the second place guy on the planet, right?
The proof is in the pudding, as they say, brother, and you've proven it. And I'm just so thankful that we are connected and organizing effectively. And, this idea of forever chemicals, BS, right? With your living concoction of elements and microbiome and living things eats that. And I like to emphasize that point. There's a solution to all of the problems.
Yeah. And one thing for people to understand as well is when they have for years said, oh, does any history of heart disease or cancer in your family? Oh, it's genetic. They've been pounding the genetic problem into the human being that our genetics are inferior and problematic, when in reality, the illnesses that manifest in each different type of person, different families, different genetics, all that is the same toxins coming into all of us, manifesting in a way that our genetics express the illness, right? So by using nature, we can repair damaged DNA, we can create proper genetic expression, and not allow them to continue to miseducate the masses and make us think that we need to be genetically modified, which by Supreme Court precedents, with seeds, with plants, with mosquitoes, with bees, with animals, and now with humans. This is not, I'm not in the Supreme Court, but this is the Supreme Court ruling is that if you create a patented process to alter something from nature and you are successful to alter its genetics, it becomes the property of the patent holder. So as we move forward in history, it's very important for everyone to understand that genetic modification can be reversed, that DNA damage can be reversed, and that we can bring back creation, bring back nature, what our creator designed, right? Whether that's the microorganisms, which have been genetically modified, the seeds, the mosquitoes, the bees, the animals, and the humans. We can reverse all of that by what God has created for us. That's power.
Ooh, that's epic power from the toughest man in the world. Pat, thank you again for everything you do. I look forward to our next grapple.
Thanks.
Ciao. All right, Bravehearts, quick commercial, and then we'll be back with more incredible stuff.
Welcome back, you beautiful Bravehearts. I'm Dr. Darrell Wolfe, and this is the Wolfe Report. And I've got something really important to say to you. We have an event coming, okay? And that event is going to be put on by the Privacy Academy. And understand something, we are going to be playing this on our platform, okay? The Sovereign Soul for Freedom Lovers. Well, how many of you actually believe that you're sovereign? How many of you even know that, guess what? Do you have free will? Do you have choice? Or is somebody else actually making your choices? Okay, this 2-hour event is going to wake you up, okay, to how you need to break contracts, break rules, and actually take your freedom back. But if you don't know how to do that, that will be the big problem, okay? So we are going to be having a special event, okay? And Eric from Privacy Academy is going to tell you all about it.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Well, my father and I created Privacy Academy because we see that all over the world, liberty is under attack by the surveillance state. If you look at England, for example, they're enforcing digital IDs, and that will be the backbone of a social credit system. The social credit system will be used to profile you, to analyze you, and ultimately control you. It's the biggest threat to liberty, and you have to learn how to get private. So in the class, we're going to teach you all about the threats that we're facing, and we're going to teach you how you can exit the surveillance state yourself. So it's a great class. It's free to sign up for, and I really hope to see you there.
Yes, and just know this, everyone, that if you go to bhnuniversity.com, you will see that it is advertised right on that platform of how to get your link and how to come on to attend this 2-hour life-saving, life-changing show. And understand something, everyone. Things are changing, whether you believe this or not. All social media platforms, if we do not have your email, we will not be able to communicate with you. That will be coming into law very shortly. As soon as TikTok signs off on this, guess what? I don't have your email? Guess what? You'll never have to hear from me again. We won't be able to communicate. So if you want to communicate with us, if you want to be part of our Braveheart Nation, then I suggest that you go to braveheartheroescontract.com, because I'm going to be releasing what's called, Escape the Matrix. And it's a masterclass to show you how important it is for you to attend the Privacy Academy. Watch this masterclass and then start going in and create your own contracts, your own rules, and how you wish to live. And if you don't want to do that, at least check out my Braveheart Nation app. It's the world's largest healthcare, self-care app, and it's free for you. We work for you, we serve you, and we love you unconditionally. So find your Braveheart, find your roar, because you're so much more. God bless. 3, 2, 1. You got this, Bravehearts.
Welcome back, Bravehearts. Wow. Every single speaker that gets done, I just get the chills. And the reason why is because it's so obvious to me now, after being in this and meeting these incredible people, that we've got it, that we're winning, right? And I know that if you're paying attention to all the negative crap out there, you might think we're losing, right? In fact, this is where I'm going to talk a little bit about my withdrawal symptoms, and then we're going to bring on Derek Lamons, right? Derek Lamons, I'll share a little bit more about this genius here in a second. But I want to get back to my withdrawal symptoms, right? The connection that we all have with this apple with a bite out of it, right? The first apples were sold for how much money? Right? Oh, $666.66. What an interesting number to pick, right? And what is it? It is literally the combined knowledge and inputs of humanity into this thing that's called artificial intelligence. And it is intended to entertainmente you, right? Entertain is to hold and mente is mind. This is meant to be enter the mind hold. And guess what? My mind has been held by this system, whether it be the tele-live vision back when I was a kid, or this incredibly intelligent contraption. And what the cure is, and I'm going to share the cure with you right now, the cure to the withdrawal symptoms and the addiction of this is nature, is stewardship, is grounding, is eating and smelling and touching and experiencing the frequency and the vibration of a food forest of nature. It is literally the cure for the by far biggest problem in the world right now. And so I had the good fortune just a few weeks back where Pat Militich's team, Dr. Will Spencer and Steve, and Derek Lamons, who's going to be speaking here next, they were at Galt's Landing, and they brought their different soil amendments, these living fertility juices, right? And they came to the land and they were teaching me how this actually works. And Derek, this fella, he's the type of guy that when he doesn't know why something works, he goes down as deep as anybody I've ever met into the proof of why it works and to study why it works. And then he brought Petri dishes. Like, have you ever met anybody that's got Petri dishes in their luggage, in their, right? And he brought Petri dishes and he's like, see? And I'm like, yep, I see it. So I'm so glad we are connected. Derek, are you there?
I am here.
All right, brother. So first of all, thank you for your dedication to regeneration. And how did you get involved? And what would you like to share with this incredible audience today?
Well, I guess first, how I got involved in this, I was pretty young, actually. It was 2016. I was introduced into the biologics industry without knowing anything about it. That was in Philadelphia. And while I was in Philadelphia, I was hired with a goal to produce this product. I don't want to mention that company, but we were hired with a goal to produce this product for, crop production, and learning from your peers. You're really all about it, right? So excelling in that industry, I became a leader in the company, and which transitioned me all the way down from Philadelphia to Ohio, where now I'm starting to get involved with other leaders, other agronomy leaders or leaders in the fertilizer industry, and starting to realize their goals. And what I found out was nobody in the fertilizer industry has a good product, and nobody understands land applications, especially not the people who lead the industry. It's the people who are reactive to it, learn the mistakes of it, try to fix it. And what I learned in this biostimulant, biologics, or fertilizer industry was every time you bring a solution to a problem, they're either going to block it immediately or intentionally hide it or delay it, right? Because you can't sell what's free. And what's free is how nature works on its own without the involvement of man, right? So a lot of the things that the last speaker said, I agree with the most, is your solutions are going to come from what nature offers. But when you take all these different compounds, mix them up and spit them out just to see what happens, or when you genetically modify something, you're not really achieving a goal. So that's how I got into this. When we founded Back to Grow, solutions can we offer? We're looking at beef farmers who can't recover money. We're looking at beef farmers who, without the use of chemicals, these animals are dropping. We're looking at poultry farmers without the use of chemicals that can't breathe, they're dropping. We're looking at crop farmers who can't recover the money to sustain their grandfather's land, they're going bankrupt. And it's because the banks have them tied up to use inputs that they don't need. So for me, I figure if I'm going to fix the soil, really we need to fix the air. If we're going to fix our food, really we need to fix the air. So I think everybody in this group and the group of speakers that started from this morning to now, we're really hyper focused on the soil and food and human health. But what about the air? And I believe that with real biological products, but not genetically modified biological products, we get to fix both simultaneously. And how that happens is when we look at all these major companies saying all these blanket statements about carbon footprint, or if we're talking about carbon emissions, or we're going to say that we're worried about what is exhausted from your car. Well, how do we get raised in a school system, believe one set of science, and then disagree with it later on, right? So what I mean is, if we're following the laws of physics, the law of the conservation of mass states you cannot create or destroy an atom. Well, that would be the atom bomb. That's the Big Bang theory. So if you cannot create or destroy oxygen, you cannot create or destroy carbon, you can only move it around. So how do you blame emissions? How do you blame drill, baby, drill? How do you blame oil coming up, right? So if we say there's too much carbon in the air, and we know that we can test it with a $12 instrument off Amazon and go test the air, and we know that there's too much carbon, how do we get it back in the dirt? Well, the answer is microbes. The answer is microbes. So as easy as we breathe in, breathe out, we've changed the gases, we've changed the air. I breathe in, I get to keep some oxygen, and breathe out some carbon. Well, depending on what microbes you put in, we get to alter that expense or that experience. So we can put microbes down to add to soil respiration. These row crop farmers that believe, these agronomists out here, they believe that we have to put down NPK products, right? Well, here's what's strange about that. If your wife cleans the house with a non-chemical or natural ammonia cleaner, right? It's these ammonia cleaners we use to clean our toilets, only 3% ammonia. That's antimicrobial. It kills all the bugs, right? So we say, I'm going to clean my shower, clean my tub with ammonia. That kills all the bacteria. Why would you put that in the dirt? Is the primary input that we have to put in the soil for crops that we're going to eat is nitrogen, right? So these ammonia cleaners are nitrogen. If it's killing the bugs in your toilet, it's killing the bugs in the soil. And now all of a sudden you got to buy something else. Now you're going to get a buffering capacity. Now you're going to put lime down. Now we're going to have to build your carbon. Well, the plants build the carbon. Because if they're photosynthesizing, releasing oxygen, they're keeping the carbon, are they not? If they're releasing exudates, if they're putting sugar in the soil, they're building carbon, are they not? Well, what's going to consume that sugar and that carbon that they exudate is microbes. So the only way really to balance it out is with biology. But instead, these industries create programs where you have to buy, with your earnings, with your crop production, you have to buy chemistry in place of biology. So how are you going to replace biology, bio is life, with chemistry, chemicals? So I think if we really want to fix the soil, we should target the air first. We know that with real life measurements, it's not so much of a debatable topic. It's very objective. Is the carbon rate part per million in our air from 1950 to today, some one lifetime, went from 200 part per million to more than double, right? If we follow that trend for another generation, one more lifetime, it would be the equivalent of bringing your dryer vent inside your house. Now, all of a sudden, your smoke alarms go off because there's too much carbon in the air. An hour of that, you got a headache. A day of that, you're done. The only way to stop the air that we breathe outside from turning into that, because the data is in, all the data is in. The trends are going up, the carbon's going up. We don't get to blame emissions. We don't get to blame cow farts. We don't get to blame that. We get to blame the carbon not going back into the soil. It doesn't matter how much you drill out. Just put it back in, right? So the law of the conversation of the law of the conversion of mass states you cannot create or destroy an atom. So you're not destroying that carbon, you're just relocating it. Get it back in the dirt, right? And similar to what Pat was saying, if that's going to happen the correct way, there has to be the correct combination of vitamins, minerals, and other molecules to build correctly, which happens with the correct microbes. And when you get that carbon back into the dirt and you fix the air, then those plants, they're going to photosynthesize correctly. They're going to breathe correctly. They're going to offer you the right nutrients in the soil. Crop removal, I think, is similar to when Pat said germ theory. I don't believe in crop removal either, because plants are putting nutrients in the soil, not taking from. That's why they're called exudates, not inundates. So if we want to fix any of these solutions, if we want to fix any of these problems and use any of the solutions that we know of, it comes with the correct microbes. And at Back to Grow, we don't understand all microbes, which is why we've chosen the microbes that we do understand. So by putting down the right microbes that we do understand, we've seen an abundance of solutions everywhere that we've applied them, right? So we've seen respiratory issues turn the corner. We've seen cattle, all of a sudden the somatic cell count in dairies is driven way down. Beef cattle, similar to when Pat was referencing E. coli, when we apply bacteria not to combat E. coli, but to assist that E. coli in fixing the environment. They're there for a reason. If bacteria are there, they're there for a reason. So we put our microbes down to fix these issues, and we get to see dramatic results almost immediately. And I say within 3 days is what I call immediate. When you see animals that are no longer lethargic, when you see dairy cows that all of a sudden the farmer can sell his milk because he doesn't have a high somatic cell count, and you ask, well, what is a high somatic cell count? It's just a high white blood cell count. That means you're fighting a sickness. And then in the presence of our product, they're no longer fighting a sickness, that they have premium milk. You know, we have gardeners, farmers that are selling their produce for premium rates. So everywhere that we put our product, the end result is the farmer and the end user has premium results. And it's proven on paper almost every time, right? So this product here has been proven and documented on many, many farms to save lives of cattle. This product right here has stopped beef from falling, has increased their beef weight so that the farmer actually gained money from using it. So there's actually an ROI for the farmer, you know, less work for the farmer, less dead bodies that he has to bury when beef is dropping, right? So we use this product, which increased the value of the farmer's milk, right? And it's all it is. There's no chemicals in this. It's just microbiology. It's just bacteria. Is this safe?
That's proof right there. I love it.
So when it doesn't taste good.
I want to jump in, Derek, on one other thing. So we've had on some of our trees, guava and mango, especially when they get a little overwatered in a particular area, then we have this black mold. And the black mold is toxic. Over time, it prohibits photosynthesis and it will kill the tree. So before, I was going out there with a scrub brush and some vinegar water and I'd scrub it all off. Well, that's like, taking care of a symptom, but it is not taking care of the cause. So I sprayed some Bacti-Grow on the black mold, and it literally within about a week, I went up and I touched it and it just flaked off and fell off.
Yep. So that relates directly back to the law of the conservation of mass, right? So these microbes know that they're not going to create or destroy nutrients, but they are going to move them around. So when these microbes find a phytopathogenic fungus, they're going to move that nutrients around. And instead of offer it to the fungus, they're going to take it, enter the plant, and offer it back to the plant. So these are called endophytic microbes, which means they penetrate the skin. And this is the same for the human body as well. So, and I'm not telling anybody to go drink this stuff, but this is why it's the same for the human body as well. If we count microbial cells in a body, and we count human cells in a body, it's on a 1-to-1 ratio. So if we look at this, you are as much bacteria as you are human, okay? Our immune system is bacteria. So if you just scrape your skin, the first thing that you find is what's called epithelial cells. That's your first line of defense, your first army. That is bacteria. If you have an infection, we fight it with bacteria, not what the doctor does. They want to fight it with bacteria-killing drugs, right? Antibiotics. And instead of antibiotic, we want to look at probiotic, but we want to look at the right ones applied in the right way. Now, us at Bacti-Grow, we're not selling human products. We're not selling products for human ingestion. We're selling these for the soil, the air, the animal, the bedding, the manure. So we want to go directly onto what we've identified as a problem. Obviously, we haven't identified humans as the problem. But these manures that are loaded with antibiotics is a problem. We need to get in there and fix those. The bedding that's littered with that manure, the gases, the heavy gases in these confined areas where you have 4 million chickens, where you have 300 cows and they're enclosed and they're not free range. And a good example of what these microbes are doing is, let's look at areas where you have not applied a product, where you have not applied microbes. So when I was down there, it looked like you have 25 acres of just potatoes, sweet potatoes. And it's almost like a lawn there. So out of that 20 acres of sweet potatoes, you're growing in almost the worst conditions that you could grow in, because it's Florida beach sand and they're still growing. So what's happening here is we're taking from the air, microbes are taking from the air through the plants, and we get to credit the plant, right? So because of photosynthesis, but these microbes are finishing the carbon cycle, the nitrogen cycle, the hydrogen cycle, and they're pulling them into your soil and you're creating dirt. You got 20 acres of potatoes growing in sand. I don't think anybody else can say that they've seen that happen before, right? So now what happens if you don't harvest the potatoes? Well, now you're actually building soil from the ground up. But you and I, we don't get to take credit for that. The microbes do. If we want to decompose something, it's microbes. If we want to cure something, it's microbes. If we want to fix gases, it's microbes, right? If you want to digest a burger that you ate today, it's microbes, right? So what microbes can we put down that's always going to be safe? What microbes can we put down that's not going to outcompete something that's good, but only outcompete and align with something that we deem as bad? But they're always there for a reason as well, right? How do we expedite microbes balancing themselves out? Is put down the friendly ones, put down the friend makers, right? Does that make sense? So, and that's the ones that we have here. So if you guys visit Bacti-Grow, BACTIGROW.com, or you can find some of our products on TikTok Shop. If you guys look at some of our products, we have a product for almost every farm, garden, or application that you would use. A homestead, everything from a chicken coop. I don't care if it's a hamster wheel. We got products just about for everything, including, just a septic system, porta potties, your backyard garden, your house plants, anywhere that you need microbes, which is everywhere. We got a product for that, and more to be released later or soon.
Awesome, Derek. So I have a question for you. So I go out fishing, as you know, we did some fishing, and I use this experience in 4 different ways. First, I catch the fish, which is fun, and I love the process of being out there. Next, I fillet them and eat them. Then I take the carcasses and I put them in 5-gallon buckets and fill them up with water and let them stew for a day or 2. And just lately, I've been putting Bacti-Grow in that water as well. Is that a good idea, or is that too much, or what do you think?
No, I think it's a great idea. So coincidentally, we released a product for hunters, and it's called EuroClean. So what these hunters do is they take their trophy, their head, and they'll bury it, and it's called a European mount, because they expect the microbes or microbiology in the soil to decompose the flesh, the skin, the tongue, the eyes, the ears, and then you get the bone system that you would clean off and you'd hang it on the wall. And that could take, depending on your soil, 6 months to a year. So we did exactly that. And later this week, we'll release actually a time-lapse trial of a 5-day study where we took that same trophy and placed it in regular water, which was well water, with about 1 ounce or 2 ounces of Bacti-Grow. And instead of a 6 month to a year decomposition, it was 5 days. So if you're adding Bacti-Grow to your decomposition or your compost pile, what you're going to do is just expedite that process. So it's simple digestion. So if you want to digest food in your own belly faster, you need the microbes to do it. And what do we call indigestion? Is the night after you were drinking, right? Because we put in some chemicals to kill those bugs, and all of a sudden the microbes aren't decomposing. So if we want decomposition, breakdown, or a transition from organic to inorganic, or vice versa, we need microbes to do so.
That's fantastic. There's so many relevant uses for what you and Pat and everybody out there that on this Braveheart Talk, we all have real solutions to really, really big problems, right? Like you said, the carbon is meant to be in the soil. We used to have feet of soil in the Red River Valley, and they've been extracting and harvesting and mining and killing the soil, turning what's left into sand. And this is something that can bring it back, right? Put the carbon back where it's supposed to be, and that's under our feet.
Yeah, absolutely. So if we just simply look up what the carbon cycle is, we'll know that that is completed with microbes, right? And that's not to take away from other beneficial products, like with even, let's go back to Pat's products. I know a lot of it has vitamin mineral base, and those are absolutely necessary. And I believe Pat will also tell you that those vitamins and minerals are going to be transported via microbes, whether that's from the soil or the human body. And, obviously I don't have the 40 years research that he does, so I don't know that I don't think I could disagree with anything that he says. And I don't think that I have yet. He's a wealth of knowledge as well. But I think the key component that really makes this happen is microbes, simply because we don't have the power to create or destroy a single atom on our own.
Yep, that feels absolutely right. So it's back to what somebody might call nature or God's design. I like to say God didn't really mess up here. It's actually pretty darn good. We just got to get back to using what is here instead of trying to synthesize it and change it and patent it and control it, right?
Absolutely. And that's one thing that I should certainly say about our microbes is we do not use GMO microbes. We do not use genetically modified microbes at all in any way. To emphasize that statement again, and also align again with the last speaker about this GMO statement, if we just look at Roundup Ready corn or Roundup Ready crops, how those douchebags found out how to make this Roundup Ready crop was they keep spraying this solution, which turned out to be a problem. They find out where the leach off was, where the runoff was, just like what Pat was mentioning. They find this salmonella that had actually modified itself to be immune to Roundup. So what do these guys do is they take the Roundup from the salmonella and they genetically modify that gene into the corn and call it Roundup Ready corn. So now when I spray the corn, it won't, or when I spray the Roundup, it won't hurt my corn, but it will hurt yours if it's broadleaf, right? So any broadleaf crop that you have across the street from me, you're toast. So now you have to get Roundup Ready. So now you're spraying Roundup, and now your neighbor has to get Roundup Ready. So the problem is being exacerbated through the end user who thinks they're doing the right thing or has to be reactive. If we're proactive instead of reactive, right, then we actually get to reverse the problem. If we start fixing the soil by not putting down chemicals, or if we can at least, even if we don't have soil to apply to, let's say I'm in New York, I'm on the 10th story, I live in a high rise, and I don't care about anything that's being talked about today. If you could at least play some kind of a role, whether it's just a petition to stop putting chemical fertilizers in the soil, reducing your own nutrients in your own food that you get from the supermarket, at least play a role in stopping the application of chemicals when the science is paid science. They only release the good news. They don't release the bad news. And I'm not going to call myself like a whistleblower, but being in this long enough to know that everybody around me in a fertilizer industry, that they have one goal: make money and lie to you. Make money and lie to you. And what they'll do is they'll do a trial and a trial and a trial and a trial, and they'll only tell you about the good trial. But when you review those trials on meetings just like this, just me and you, it'll be a bunch of fertilizer douchebags and biologic douchebags that say, well, look at this trial, this product against this one. Let's only talk about the good one. The rest of them, delete the email.
Yep.
And this just happened 3 days ago. It just happened 3 days ago. And that's one thing where I know, being on the inside of this is one of those scenarios where if we want to make a change, there's just 2 steps. Stop putting down chemicals, right? And start benefiting the microbes. We call them beneficial microbes, but we have to benefit them first.
Yeah. Stewardship. Fantastic, Derek. Well, thank you, Derek Bactigrow, BACTIGROW, right? .com.
Correct.
Thank you for all you do, brother. It's very important for our world.
All right. Thank you so much, Jim.
All right. So Bravehearts, quick commercial, and we'll be right back with Nicole C. Scott.
Welcome to paradise. Your health and healing journey begins as soon as you arrive at the beautiful Ixtapa Zihuatanejo International Airport. From here, it's a short drive through the palm trees and luscious mountains that bring you to the doorstep of DOD 5-Star Wellness Casa. With the very first step into the DOD 5-Star Treatment Center, you're greeted with a blend of modern elegance and serene ambiance that tells you you're home. Every detail is meticulously designed for your comfort and greatest healing experience. Follow us as we explore our advanced energy treatment rooms where nature and science come together as one powerful healing force. Here at the DOD 5-Star, our master practitioners deliver treatments endorsed by the prestigious Doc of Detox standard and the BHN University guidelines promoting the philosophy of whole body health and cellular rejuvenation. Beyond our life-changing treatments and training, guests unwind within our luxurious amenities designed to enhance their personal experience. As your day draws to a close, reflect on your personal journey of wellness at the DOD 5-Star Treatment Center in Ixtapa, Zihuatanejo. Experience the true pinnacle of luxury and healing, where every moment is crafted to rejuvenate the mind, the body, and the spirit. Welcome to DOD 5-Star Ixtapa, Zihuatanejo. I'm Dr. Daryl Wolfe, your host.
Hello, Bravehearts. Welcome back. Wow, what an epic show. What an epic group of people who are dedicated to health and vibrancy and freedom, and they have solutions. And the next person to speak is an absolute genius. And this woman, her name is Nicole C. Scott. She came here to visit me here at Galt's Landing maybe a year ago or a little less. Time is illusion to me now. I don't really get time anymore. But my point is this woman is absolutely amazing. She's very well connected into the MAHA organization and the MAHA network. And I want to share just a little side note on the MAHA network. For a lot of reasons, right? Since my mom would tell me the stories about Kennedy, and she was always into the conspiracy when she was like a teenager about what was happening way back when. I've had this kind of idea and this kind of love for that narrative, right? And so when I heard that Bobby Kennedy was running for president, I got very excited. Now I know a lot of you Bravehearts, and I'm actually quite frustrated as well. So, we don't need to go into controlled opposition talk and all that. What I know for certain is that when I met with Bobby Kennedy and I shared with him the strategies and tactics and the solutions that we are sharing with you today, I witnessed him be inspired. He was his blood came back to his cheeks. I have a master's in neurolinguistics, right? I've studied this in depth for decades back in my life when I was in my 20s and 30s and some of my 40s. So I'm aware of how people are feeling typically. And I witnessed him. He was jumping around. He got warm again. It was really cold in the room. And he said, Stephanie, we got to go visit Jim at Galt's Landing and see what he's got going on, right? So I say that for the reason that I know everybody can be inspired. I know he's in the midst of a political insanity. I know his family's history. I know all that stuff. And what's really relevant here, and what I want to share more than anything, is that the people in that organization, the Make America Healthy Again organization, are almost all really good people who simply want what you and I want, right? And sometimes they're just not aware of it. But the great news is I was invited in by Sayer G into this organization to share this message of regeneration. And for the most part, I was ignored. You've seen my videos if you've watched any of the Braveheart stuff or whatever, and I'm pretty direct and I don't play around, and I've called out Bobby many times. I've called out Trump a bunch. I don't even call out him anymore. I think that's pointless. I've called out a lot of these people. And so I'm very direct and I rub a lot of people wrong, right? Dr. Wolfe knows how this is, and so do everybody. Every Braveheart out there, if you knew what was going on in 2020 and you started telling your family what was going to happen and not to get, injected, then you know exactly what I'm talking about, right? And so my point with that is what I've witnessed over the last few weeks is engagement in this exact narrative and these solutions that we are sharing today from people who typically or previously were not engaging in it, right? So there's a shift happening. And thank you to Nicole C. Scott and how she puts all of these pieces together in such a brilliant way. It's happening faster. Nicole, are you available to chat?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, gosh. Thank you so much for being here, Nicole, and for sharing and just helping in so many ways. I can't even go into them all. So, Nicole, what brought you here?
Well, Jim, I've had the same feeling as you for a good long while, that the way things have manifest in the world today are, greatly like a reflection of a greater illness. So I kind of view the larger picture as, it's all reflective of the fact that we're already unhealthy. Like we have unhealthy social constructs because they are based off extractive, exploitative corporatism, right? We're in this new realm where government power and corporate power have like merged into this new thing that's actually violating a lot of our rights. They're violating our, right to speech, our bodily autonomy. So there's really a huge call for people who weren't awake before, if they weren't triggered, previously. I know you and I have probably been awakened far sooner, but people have pretty much started to get triggered and realize, oh, well, this is wrong. Something was really off and really wrong about what was going on. So how do we shift our collective trajectory? So I'm really more about being, solution oriented. We are all bombarded daily with a lot of negativity. We call it doom scrolling, right? Where everyone's just watching all of the worst depravity of humanity with, wars. And you're talking about, well, what's the answer to war? The answer to the war is to be focused on life and being of service to life and to the planet and to our communities. And so I'm ready to plug in that way. And I think a lot of other people are too. They just don't know the how. So I have a slideshow that I've produced that I'd like to share with the audience that will help everyone kind of learn more about the practical application of what we can do to shift our trajectory. And it starts with us. Every one of us individually has an impact on the world collectively, which could affect the entire culture of our country and then even the world. So when I say restoring Eden on here, and we do that on originsreclaim.org, this isn't just like a fantasy or like some, idealistic view that is unattainable. It is attainable, and everyone has a part to play in that. So here's some of the why. If we go to the next slide, you'll see we have a huge problem, and there's a map there that shows all of the amount of the land mass within the United States alone that is entirely turf. And historically, we could view it as, people really liked that idea of as a status symbol, because if you look in ancient Europe, the rich, the aristocratic people, they were, it was a status symbol, right? They didn't need a garden in their yard because that was for the peasants to do. And so America kind of took on this thing of, ooh, we're all, rich, and it became this aesthetic where everyone decided that was the new status symbol. But then there came an industry that wanted to sell to you their products, right? These poisons. So it used to be a status that people would put clover mix in their turf and it would feed the bees. But then, the poison industry comes in and goes, ooh, you don't want anything but grass. So you've got to pour the poison all over this to make sure it's just this aesthetic of grass only. And where did that come from? Originally, dandelion was actually, you can use the root, for coffee alternatives, right? That you can eat the greens in your salad. Dandelion wasn't a weed. The definition of weed in my mind is anything that isn't what you want in your yard. I would rather not have astroturf in my yard. So, the main thing to really drive home with people is the lawn is even worse than the agriculture. Everyone's talking about how bad the poisons are in our food supply, but it pales in comparison to the amount of poison that people are putting in their lawn. So if we go to the next slide, you'll see, and I've listed, the amount of pesticides that we're using on our lawn. See how that compares to the other food products in that chart there? You could see that it's just mind-boggling. And if you think about when Jim talks about the answer to war, well, think about where Monsanto came from originally. They were using the defoliating Agent Orange in, Vietnam. And now they've shifted to, modern day consumers have basically enriched Monsanto to become the behemoth it is today, which has then in turn went in and, genetically altered the food supply so that they could sell their poison products to then make the farmers overly reliant on, their genetic seeds. And it's just completely disrupted our entire system. So you have to think about how your collective buying into Roundup and all of these things in your yard is contributed to the problem. You've actually, by buying all that Roundup to spray in your lawn, you empowered this, thing. So we have to learn how to empower ourselves to divest from that. We have to invest again in life. And so let's move to the next slide, and you'll see that we have the solution, and that is explore different landscape types. It's not just about food for ourselves. We have to consider our local fauna too, because as you know, with the neonicotinoid pesticides, the bees are dying. And, you know, also with the radiation. And if we're concerned about that, we need to make food for our pollinators too. So it's not just about us, it's also about pollinator friendly gardens. You could also do food gardens that are intermixed with the pollinators. But drought tolerant landscaping is also important if you're in the zones where it's more arid environments. And so we can move on to the next slide, and we can talk a little bit more about the water usage. So think about these places where there's desertification happening. California, Arizona, Nevada, all of these states on the western side of the hemisphere, they just don't get as much rainwater. Do you know how much like fresh water we're wasting to just have this green grass that doesn't provide any food? A lot. It takes a lot of water. So they actually have, if you go to the next slide, there are rebate programs that they'll even give you. But this is where it becomes really interesting, is the amount of HOAs have taken over all of the housing developments, and they're all just saying you all have to have only lawns. And I mean, I think we've lost our way when we think that we have to ask other humans permission for what we can and cannot grow on our own property. I think that in of itself is an un-American activity, that we'd even allow that. So I've decided to provide a link. And if any of you go to our Circle community, if you go to the originsreclaimed.org and you go to our Circle community, I've actually provided the link to this spreadsheet or this slideshow. So you can click that download guide link, and it goes into it much further as far as which state laws there are. And a lot of people don't know this. If you are in an HOA and you are also in one of these states, there are laws in place that allow you to take out your lawn and replace it with drought tolerant natives and pollinator friendly gardens. So I highly encourage everyone, if you are in any of these states, to go ahead and download the guide that we've provided. And I'll also add it to our website at originsreclaimed.org. That lists all of the different state laws and what you have a right to do in your own yard. Some of them have the right to garden as well. And we would also like to provide some signs for everyone that we can have for Origins Reclaimed that say this is a pollinator friendly garden, or even list the actual state law that's relevant for your respective states that state specifically, you know, what law it is. So the HOAs can't really fight you on these sorts of things, as long as you have a plan in place. So let's go to the next slide. You have a few other states also that are pending. So this is another call to action that I would recommend for others, is to look into your specific state. Sometimes in those specific states, there are cities that have certain laws in place or ordinances, but it's not statewide, right? So I'm really hugely advocating for you to contact your own local native garden, native societies, native plant societies, because they're really, I think, at the at the forefront of pushing back against this monoculture that's pretty much just destroyed in a whole swath of the American countryside. We could be converting. See, look at that photo right there. I mean, isn't that much more beautiful? Look at all those colors, and you see the butterflies and the birds. I mean, I would think more people, if they start doing that, people are going to go, well, I want that in my yard instead of, this lifeless lawn. So let's go to the next slide. We have a number of ways to have success. Make sure you have your plan. If you've already figured out what area you'd like to convert, and maybe you want a portion of the lawn, but maybe you're going to start with a little bit, and eventually you could just get the lawn out entirely. If you provide a plan and you list out the plants that you're going to use, oftentimes they'll approve it. But even if they don't, you could even just challenge it. I would just say, go in there and let's go, we got to push back. So people just need to start living by example. The more people that do it, the more we'll get this transition going. This is like a cultural shift, right? We have to actually envision the world, we have to be the change we want to see in the world, right? So I would say don't get intimidated by people who want to be hyper controlling and tell you what you can and cannot grow in your yard. Just start with something, right? So let's start thinking of what plants we could do. So let's move to the next slide. So these are the lists of all the native plant societies that you have. There are many. I mean, most every state has them. So I would definitely highly recommend to reach out to them, look at their websites, look at their resources. They all list a lot of things that are native to your respective states. Think about what you do in your yard if it's native to where you live. You won't have to water it anymore. Just nature will take care of itself. Think about how much this is going to save on your, electricity, your gas bills, your water bills, all of that. If you don't have to pay to water your yard anymore and it just takes care of itself, and then you don't have to spend any time out there mowing anymore, I would think it's a no-brainer. Why make yourself mow all the time if you don't have to?
Right.
So let's go to the next slide. So this is how we get started. You have to just start thinking about where your zone is, and what kind of plants you have in your location. And, got to figure out your soil. Is it sandy? Is it clay? Is it whatever? And then you start choosing your plants. It's very basic. It's pretty simple. And it can be very exciting and fun, especially when you start to look at all the different plants that there are. And there's a whole plethora of species that, you have that you could choose from. So let's move to the next slide. The best thing that you can really do is to really learn about your zone. The more you know about your zone, the more you know what you can and can't grow in them. And some are really hardy and can go in multiple of these zones. So I did actually list in the next slide a whole bunch that can work for the most zones. So as far as like perennials go, perennials are the ones that just last all year long. And you can just have it there and it'll take over a whole, portion of your yard. And I mean, for ground covers, there's all kinds of beautiful flowering ones, like creeping thyme. It's got this beautiful purple flower. There's another one that's cool called Diamondia. I didn't list it here. It's a succulent type of plant that stays really low but looks like grass and has these beautiful yellow flowers. There's so many beautiful ground covers. It would just blow your mind how many different options there are. I know with Jim on his, he adds like a bunch of wild peanut. But it depends on where you live. So you definitely need to just kind of learn what works for your respective zones. But look at all of this. This is just an example of some of the ideas that we have to have more of a diverse layering, right? You've got ground covers, you've got bushes, you've got plants that are kind of a little higher, you've got trees. And all of these can also be drought tolerant and also produce food, not just for the local fauna, but for you and your family or your communities. So I do really highly recommend just starting to explore all of this and learning what works for your particular yard. And then there's annuals. So when you've put all your perennials in, then you have your annuals. That's on the next slide. And in the next slide, you'll see all the different options you can put. And those are ones you would just plant annually. And those can include a lot of edibles and herbs and things that we can eat. And a lot of people don't know this about this particular succulent called purslane. Purslane is really beautiful, has pretty flowers. It's a gorgeous flower, but it's food too. It is highly nutritious dense. So if you wanted to put like a nutrient dense additive in your salad, aside from like those flower petals, add some purslane. Oh my gosh, talk about nutrient dense. So you have so many different options here that you could put in the garden, but not only just for yourselves, but also think about companion planting. Companion planting, and that's why I show a photo of that white flower. It's called sweet alyssum. That attracts certain types of predator bugs that can go after other bugs you don't want, like lacewings will eat the aphids and that sort of thing. So it's also good to kind of just learn more about what kinds of companion plants would be helpful for which plants that you're growing, so that you have this like symbiotic thing where nature's just kind of bringing in all the right elements to keep your stuff thriving, and you're not getting all of your food eaten by a bunch of things. You can limit that just by introducing plants that attract the right insects. So then you're creating this biodiverse landscape that's teeming with life and supporting our entire ecosystem. So let's move on to the next slide. And this one is more about how to be poison free. A lot of people tend to just think it's the easiest fix. Just go to the store and buy your stuff and just spray the poison. But you don't realize, I mean, like if you have a family with kids, you have pets, they're being exposed to all of that. And that's going into your water supply. That's going into the soil. That's going into the air. you're exposing yourself to that. So I think more people really need to learn all the ways which we can deal with the same problems, but holistically in a way that is, you know, healthy for the planet and the air and the water and the soil and yourself and your family and your kids and pets, you know, and there are options. So these are some of the options that I've listed. I don't know how many of you have used Dr. Bronner's peppermint soap, the Castile soap, but you can just pour that, a little bit goes a long way, just a little bit in the whole water, you know, a water spray bottle. And you could spray that even around your whole house perimeter, and it will be a deterrent for bugs that don't want to, if you don't want like cockroaches in your house, you could spray all the way around your house. Like a lot of bugs don't like the smell of peppermint, you know, which includes spiders and, you know, all kinds of stuff. So lots of different options here. Neem oil, you know, some things work on different plants depending on others. Diatomaceous earth is a white powder that you could use. It's super non-toxic, but it'll definitely get rid of the fleas. If you don't like fleas and you have a flea problem, you know, you can use that. But, you know, even just planting certain plants can also be a deterrent for certain bugs, right? Like calendula and lemongrass and a lot of those odoriferous herbs like rosemary. And a lot of bugs don't like any of the really, you know, smelly stuff, the stuff that we like. You know, you rub your hands in it, you smell it, you're like, oh, I love the smell of cilantro or rosemary. And, you know, it's medicinal to us, but certain bugs, they're like, they don't want to have anything to do with it. So it's a super benefit to just learn more about different ways that you can do things non-toxic. And it's really easy. It really isn't that hard. And then we don't have to spend any money. Yeah, exactly. So it's just a matter of, you know, experimenting with what things work and what don't. And there are a lot of groups, you know, like you join on Facebook that are gardening groups where people will ask, you know, hey, what do I do about this? And everyone has all of the solutions depending on your area. So let's move on to the next slide. Small spaces. A lot of people have this argument of, well, you know, I don't really have a yard like these other people who have all these acres. Well, guess what? You can grow a lot of food with vertical gardening. I don't know if you've ever seen those like lettuce towers, you know, where they have like the little holes in it. You can plant broccoli and lettuce, and all this stuff just in a little stacked tower. Or if you've ever seen like those tomato planters that you can hang upside down. So it isn't even growing up, it's hanging upside down and you water it from the top. You know, you could, I save potatoes. Like every time that there's an eye on a potato, when you take that little eye out of your potato, you could just stick it in the dirt and it'll turn into a potato plant. Super easy. You could do the same thing when you're in the kitchen and you've cut down some chive onions down. You just stick them in some water and they grow back up again. Same thing with celery. You chop down the celery, it grows back up again, and you just stick it in some water. So there's a lot you can do just with containers on your porch. If you wanted to, like Jim was saying, you can grow in your closet, right? You can buy mushroom grow kits and just have it in the dark and spray it with some water, or have it hanging in your bathroom. So there's plenty of things that you can do to offset your grocery bill, even if you're in an apartment, right? You can even if you don't have a balcony. I mean, there's a lot of different things that are pretty hardy and can grow. So it's just a matter of learning a little bit about that, just typing in, you know, urban gardening and learning more about, you know, if you have room for a raised bed, you know, go ahead and build one. They're not that expensive. So I do encourage anyone and everyone. There's ways that we can all do this. It's not you know, just for people who have, you know, 10 acre, 20 acre, 200 acre farms, right? We can all do this. So I think if more people have that just kind of culturally where it becomes the norm, that's just going to shift our whole collective trajectory, because we're more in touch with, you know, the plant kingdom, and you know, learning how to be more you know, in alignment with it. So let's move on to the next slide. And this is where we talk about why it's so good for you. A lot of people don't realize this isn't just about the planet or about addressing the system or, you know, making a better environment for our friends and family. It's also actually for your own health. Like the more that you plug into nature, if you're out there doing the gardening, it shifts you out of that doom scrolling and that whole negative vibe, that whole like vibratory rate that's just keeping you in a state of perpetual stress, right? And you get your cortisol levels going, which causes disease. So this is a way for you to plug back into nature, because that's really what we've lost, is we've become divorced from nature, and we need to return to nature, because nature is us, right? And so the healthier we are with our own bodies, the healthier our societies are, the healthier our communities are, the healthier our social systems become, the healthier the world systems become. So it's all interrelated and all interconnected. So if we're taking back our health, gardening is super good for you on a healthy level, right? I mean, not only just for yourself, but also your local fauna, right? If you're providing and it's healthy for them, they know. I don't know if you've ever seen, like, there's videos about how crows have a memory, right? If you're mean to crows, the crows will tell the other crows and they'll just be pecking at you. And then, but if you're super nice, then, they look out for you. It's really kind of cool. So I do think a lot of that the fauna understand that too. If you are a steward of the land and you care for the land is going to care for you back. The earth will answer you, because there's a reciprocity there, right? As far as you caring for it, it cares for you. So I do think it's really important that everyone learn that we can all be gardeners. But let's say you don't have the time and you want to just pay for someone else to do your lawn, right? So everyone's been paying for people to mow the lawn, to mow and blow and edge and weed and pour the poisons. Well, you can hire somebody to just take care of your way more improved yard. They could just go, and all they would really be doing is pulling maybe some weeds out a little bit, but there definitely wouldn't be any noisy mowing anymore. I don't know if that bothers any of you out there, the sound of mowers and blowers and edgers and weeders and whackers. And I think it's just a total assault, on my sensibilities sometimes, where I'm just like, I wish that sound would go away. We don't have to use any of that. You can just go out on your knees and just pull out a few weeds, and then your yard's taken care of. It's super simple. It's nice and quiet. It's very peaceful, and you'll feel better.
And it's way less maintenance than a standard lawn. And every investment of time and energy in results in massive abundance out.
Absolutely. So I don't think a lot of people realize that. They think, oh, I don't have the energy or time for that. But I don't think you realize, maybe it's just a little bit initially when you're planning and you're putting everything in and you're making sure things are established. But once it's established, you could set it and forget it. It's definitely going to be. So the slides show that I have, I also included a bunch of links for everyone that's spoken today. If you go to the last page, it's like a little bit, just fast forward to starting a garden journey. It's this very last one. And I actually have this linked in our Circle events community. If you go to the last page, there's one more slide, just slide it over. Every single one of these these icons are linked. So if you go to this slide and you go to the last page, you can click it on the Academy, the Food Forest, Abundance, Soil Saviors, Back to Grow Network, that was with Marjorie. All of those are actually linked as well. So, if you had a hard time remembering who anyone was, this can be your resource. If you go to our Circle community and you go to the events, I've listed the link directly to this slideshow so that you can go back and get the link to the state laws or to any of these speakers that we've had today. And then feel free to write us in Circle if you have questions. We'll be there to answer any of them, to talk with you about it, to encourage you on your journey, to help show you the way, to answer questions. And we're here for you.
We sure are. Thank you so much, Nicole. There's a couple of things that I want to kind of revisit and share a little bit of layers of strategy on. Regarding the HOA, almost all, in fact, all HOAs that I know of use poison. Do if I lived in an HOA, and I actually did this in my HOA. I started growing and nobody said a word to me, so I just didn't even bother. But and I didn't own the house, I was renting. So in an HOA, if I owned the house and I wanted to grow some food in the backyard and they said no, I would send them a registered document that lays out the effects of using these poisons on our land. And I would call it a crime, because it is. And I would lay it out in such a way where it's very clear that this registered mail got to the person and the person either ignored it or they were aware of it. But either way, tacit acquiescence is agreement. So you send them that document, and then you go full speed ahead, because now you are in the lawful standing, elevated above them. And now in a court, this becomes a public debate or a public conversation. And you also let them know that. Say, by the way, this is going to be a very public conversation. And you could even say, I'm connected with with Origins Reclaimed or Braveheart Nation, and we will then share your story. In some cases, not in every case. Our promise is best effort because we're here to inspire a shift. The other thing regarding that, Nicole, you said a cultural shift. Like a lot of people think, oh, how do you do that? Well, it's been done 1,000 times especially in the last 5 years, right? But let's look at the Liberty Gardens of World War I or the Victory Gardens of World War II. It was a cultural shift at that point. It was led by a marketing campaign through the government. In this case, it's not. And that is my number one criticism of everything to do with government is they have the answers. It's been done before and they're not doing it, which is why we have to do it ourselves. So we are the shift, right?
Yeah, and I think it's really important that you mentioned the Victory Gardens because I think a lot of people don't really realize how much food abundance you could have. Imagine in every HOA, if everyone at least just translated half their lawn even, just if everyone had half their lawns with the food that we're talking about, how much food abundance would be just in that local community, right? So if you think about what it was like during COVID when you couldn't get toilet paper, imagine if some other issue happens where the food supply is in another decline, where you go to the grocery store and the shelves are empty. We need to have that type of, we need to start now, right? Think about how we're going to have food resilience in America. We have to divest from viewing, centralized corporate enterprises as our sole source of our food supply. We all have to become decentralized nodes within our communities so that we can, we're not, you think about the great potato famine that they had, right? Historically, you can think about all the times monocrops were never a good idea. We need that biodiversity. And then we can have more of, if there's the whole cash situation, right? Where they're trying to do the digital currency stuff. Well, we can get back to bartering, right? Where I'll trade you some of my honey in exchange for your spinach, right? Everyone can have that. We don't have to grow the same things. We all are kind of diversified as to what things you like. So like me, I've been saving all my pineapple tops. I live in an HOA. Well, this whole side of my house is full of pots of pineapples. One of my neighbors gave us some banana pups, so I just have it in a black plastic tote container, with the compost in it. I still have a composter in my backyard. It's just like one of those wheels that's up above the ground and it's full of like black, rich humus, and I just have that in my backyard. I'm in an HOA and I'm still growing food. So I know if I can do it, you can do it. Anyone can do it. It's just a matter of us all, taking our power back and making the change and being the change you want to see in the world.
Boom. Well, thank you so much again, Nicole C. Scott, for everything that you're doing. And by the way, folks, if you want to support us, everybody is working as a volunteer. And a lot of folks have some mortgages to pay and some bills to pay and some food bills. If you want to help, we are very transparent. All of the donations, it's a registered nonprofit, thanks to Nicole and the team. And so you can actually get a tax deduction and you could help feed this. Our mission is to supplant the government, right? That sounds so nuts and so big, but it's actually logical. It's actually beneficial in every conceivable way. So we're going to show how voluntarism and the voluntary use of sharing our surplus and then reinvesting that energy into regeneration will rapidly catalyze a shift and lead to what we want to see in the world. So thank you, Nicole.
Yeah, we're doing more than teaching. We're also wanting to implement this, right? We're wanting to actually convert all this monoculture and then making sure that we have food distribution, right? If there's food deserts out there and people are in these inner cities, well, we could create gardens there, rooftop gardens. We could garden everywhere. And then there's food for people and they don't have to rely on the SNAP thing, right? So Jim, you're talking about the SNAP. Well, let's do starts. Let's have a new start. Let's do starts because we could start showing people how to grow food again. You don't need to get the handout. So you can just, we can all feed each other. So I'm really fired up and I hope everyone here is fired up too.
I love it. Supplant food starts or food stamps with food starts, right? And that's where we're going to teach them to fish and we're going to help in every possible way because it's good for everybody. All right. Awesome, Nicole. Well, Bravehearts, we're going to go to a quick commercial, and then we have two more incredible speakers with really relevant pieces of the freedom puzzle. So come right back.
Welcome to the beautiful Ixtapa, Zihuatanejo. This is the home of BHN University, also known as Braveheart Nation. What do we do here? Well, we teach the whole life health coach certification. We teach the WOLFE non-surgical certification, the most powerful body work in the world. We also teach the pelvic restoration course for women. It's a master class, it's 3 days. Understand something, in our courses, we will give you a 3-day money-back guarantee in our certifications that by the 3rd day that we will go beyond your expectations. And understand something, Ixtapa, Zihuatanejo, Mexico, peaceful, beautiful, organic, no 5G, only 3G, okay? Only fresh and raw organic foods are grown here. No herbicide, no pesticide, no genocide, okay? No chemtrails, just the most beautiful beaches and the most beautiful people. Please consider coming down and taking a look at these beautiful certifications and trainings, or maybe you want to come to the DoD 5-star Health and Healing Retreat, okay, to really ground yourself, align yourself, find your authentic self, and heal from the incurable, because guess what? The cure lies inside. Become what you want to teach. We are bhnuniversity.com or otherwise braveheartnation.com.
Welcome back, Bravehearts. Wow. I just keep saying wow because I'm truly amazed and honored and just so thankful for everybody's wisdom and thoughts and communication here today. Do you see it? Do you feel it? We have the solutions. We are the solutions, quite literally. And next, we have a good friend, a dear friend named Rowdy Meyer. Now, Rowdy is AKA Tag. He has an incredible history. He was real high up in the corporate world, and he decided to not take the only person above him in his company, the main CEO and founder, demanded that he tell his 900 plus employees that they had to get injected with poisons. And he said, that's enough of that. Told his wife, I might be out of a job. Next thing you know, he opens his big mouth. His name is Rowdy Meyer, for gosh sakes. And he opened his mouth and yep, he got fired. And then he said, well, I'm going to do something about it. I'm going to check out of this matrix system and I'm going to go live off grid. But not only am I going to live off grid, I'm going to build a community around me, because he was wise enough to realize that it's not going to be easy to do this on our own. In fact, it might not even be possible to do it on our own. At least when I say it, I'm talking about creating resilient communities, right? I mean, if you're talking about just pure enlightenment, yeah, that seems to be a thing in a cave. But if you're talking about creating a joyful community, you need to have community members. And so what he did is he started, he planted himself in Kansas, and he started telling everybody about it. He created a social media page called Life Done Free, and he started sharing the process of going off grid. Next thing you know, somebody wanted to live next to him, and the next thing you know, somebody else wanted to live next to him. Pretty soon, they've got over 2,000 acres of freedom-loving people in the same community. Now, why is that a massive deal? because now they have a plan and a strategy for all sorts of things. And he'll get into it here in a second. I'm just kind of framing it. They have strategies to do all sorts of changing within the system for the government. And I don't want to steal the fire. So Rafa, go ahead. Tag wasn't able to join us live, so he pre-recorded a video. So go ahead and play the video.
Well, hello, Braveheart Nation. First, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for donating your valuable energy capital in being here today. It is the single most important asset that we have. I'm Tag from Life Done Free, and we've heard about many of the building blocks of food sovereignty. Today, I'm here to visit with all of you about my passion and, in my opinion, the single most important building block in achieving these goals and in creating real change. I left the corporate world when the system backed me into a corner by trying to convince me to mandate the COVID vaccine to all my employees. I declined, and I declined in a very public way, and it cost me my career of 23 years. This experience really forced me to look at my priorities and my definition of success. My journey led me to get debt-free. It led me to grow my own food and get off grid, but most importantly, it forced me to take responsibility for me and my family's needs. I quickly realized that these accomplishments would be for nothing if I could not build community. So what in the world does community have to do with food sovereignty? Well, I'm here to tell you everything. See, reclaiming food sovereignty through community means taking back control of how our food is grown, shared, preserved, and distributed. We do this so you depend less on a distant system and more on a local strength. It is one of the most impactful steps an individual can take. We've heard from many visionaries here today who discuss the direct issues that revolve around food sovereignty, and all of them are critically important to our success. But food sovereignty is much more than growing your own food. It's about local control, local production, fair access, and stewardship. Community alignment equals success, and individual efforts by themselves equal an existence of trials and tribulations. This alignment is the single most important aspect of having a productive community. In our community, we accomplish this by 3 agreed upon fundamentals. The first one of these is individual sovereignty. In our community, everyone owns their own property. Everyone is free to live their life according to their own terms. In our community, the needs of the collective will never outweigh those of the individual. See, freedom really is nothing more than just radical responsibility. Individual sovereignty and community strength are mutually reinforcing. The more each person can act independently and responsibly, the more the community can cooperate, innovate, and survive challenges. Strong individuals make a strong community. Strong communities empower individuals in return. Our next fundamental is perpetual sustainability. Can we be sustainable if we're not perpetual? See, every speaker here today brings great solutions to our many problems. But what was all of it worth if it dies with us? If the change is really to be real, it must survive us. Perpetual sustainability is the ability to maintain resources, systems, and social structures indefinitely. It enhances communities in so many profound ways. It is the difference between surviving year to year and thriving for generations. Perpetual sustainability transforms a community from a short-term survival group into a resilient, self-reinforcing system. It ensures resources, skills, and social cohesion are maintained indefinitely. In such communities, cooperation, trust, and collective strength are not optional. They are the foundation for survival, prosperity, and generational continuity. The final fundamental is cooperative security. This practice of communities working together to protect people, property, and resources. It enhances community in multiple, deeply interconnected ways. Cooperative security does not just keep people safe, but it strengthens trust, coordination, skill sharing, and resilience. It turns a collection of independent households into an independent, confident, and cohesive community capable of facing both everyday challenges and extraordinary crises. Can we be sovereign, sustainable, or secure without community? See, the hard truth is we cannot. And I personally had to learn this lesson the hard way. See, I'm a 100% off-grid homesteader. I have over 200 animals, right? We have large gardens and food forests. But I'm here to tell you that you will either have a partnership with community or you will have a partnership with the system. There is a gigantic gap between off-grid and off-matrix. You can get off-grid, right? It's a money equation. You can grow your own food. It's an energy equation. But I'm telling you, we cannot escape the chains of the system without building self-reliant communities. This is the case because no one person is capable of producing the many inputs needed for freedom. You know, my wife has a saying. She says, nothing we do is hard, but everything we do is impossible. And community fills this gap. With community, we can have cooperative assets. We can combine our efforts. We can leverage the thousands of skills needed to exit the system. 3 years ago, we had a couple move to our community from Indiana. They purchased this beautiful piece of land. They decided they would build a new home. They went out and they paid for the foundation. Then they went and they bought all the materials to build the house. 50 people showed up on a Saturday, and by the end of Sunday, they had a house. This is community. See, at the end of the day, not everybody has to own their own tractor, skid steer, or excavator. Right? Nobody can be everywhere. Nobody lives forever, and nobody can exist on an island. When we yoke up, we quickly discover we have everything we need. With community, we can identify our food production gap. We can build a distributed growing system which protects us from the risk of one farm producing everything or that on-demand supply chain of our modern world. Each household becomes a node in the Freedom Food Network. We can build a community seed bank, which is vital for sovereignty. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but seed control is the foundation of food control. We can create shared infrastructure, and infrastructure is where the community leverage shines its brightest. Not everybody needs to purchase a greenhouse, a root cellar, or a processing kitchen. If you do this in just a few years, you can build a full food system. We can organize cooperative labor, right? Because seasonal labor bursts, right? It's when you go into harvest, you go into planting, any of those types of seasons requires many more hands, and community solves this problem. In our community, we do many of these food processing days. These days, many people come and we harvest plants and animals. And this blesses many homesteads. We can develop food preservation capacity. Food sovereignty is not just about growing, guys, but it's also about storing and preserving. A community that can preserve food is a community that can survive the winter. So it can survive supply chain failures and rising prices. We can even set up local trading and sharing economies, right? These steps remove our dependency on supermarkets and the system. And over time, we can create this closed loop food economy. We can build redundancy for resilience because knowledge is infrastructure. See, the real outcome is we stop being passive consumers and become producers, preservers, stewards, and decision makers. Over time, the outside food system becomes optional and not compulsory. A community enhances food sovereignty not only by growing and sharing food, but by shaping the rules that govern food production, land use, and local autonomy. When a community organizes, it becomes a political force in ways that an isolated individual could only dream of. Community turns individual voices into a political superpower. Legislators respond to numbers, organized groups, and voters acting in coordination. With community, we can influence local ordinances. Remember, collective pressure changes political behavior. Communities can even draft and propose local ordinances. Food sovereignty often starts at the local level. A community can push for food sovereignty rules, right to farm laws, raw milk, vending rules, backyard livestock allowances, farmer market expansions, zoning changes that allow things like gardens, livestock, and processing sheds. Many U.S. towns have passed local food sovereignty laws, and this is because the citizens got involved. They became intentional. Some of them even drafted the rules themselves. Communities can form policy councils, right? And these are these local advisory groups that propose these ordinances. They influence school food programs. We've done that. We brought Joe Salatin down just to have a conversation with one of our schools about regenerative farming. We can shape farmland preservation policies. We can secure grants for local agriculture. When a community organizes, it can apply for grants as a group, right? And we can lobby for local funds. We can secure community gardens and greenhouse funding. We can influence how a county actually spends its agricultural budgets. A little secret, everybody, politicians want visible success stories, right? And only organized communities can provide them. We can protect our land and water through collective action. Food sovereignty requires local control of irrigation access, water rights, land zoning, pesticide regulations, and farmland preservation. A community can block unfavorable land use changes. We can push for agricultural zoning. We can restrict harmful corporate practices and protect our local water sources. These decisions are almost always made locally, where community influence is at its strongest. And when multiple communities unite, they form a regional alliance that work as a lobby for our state representatives. Community can build public support through visibility, and public support affects legislation. Remember, what the public supports, the politicians follow. We show up. We show up in numbers, and we show up where the laws are made. This is the simplest but the most powerful form of influence. In our community, we have successfully challenged resolutions and government actions. We have successfully got a resolution rescinded that would allow the taxman, an employee, or a contractor of the county to enter our land, and get this, against our consent if they believe there was a tax or a permit violation. And the kicker was, they even allowed an anonymous tip. We packed that local courthouse, and they rescinded the resolution. Recently, we had to muster the troops once again as we fought off a 12,000-acre solar farm. See, the bottom line is food sovereignty requires changing laws, and only organized communities can do that effectively. This works because we can coordinate, we can strategize petition, we can draft laws, we can pressure officials, we can pick our candidates, and we can show up in force. Together, they can shape a food system that reflects our local values instead of corporate or distant government priorities. When we all yoke up, we agree to cooperative security. This builds trust and social cohesion. When members of the community actively cooperate in security, people rely on one another from emergencies. Mutual trust grows because members know they can depend on each other. Social bonds strengthen, creating a culture of support and accountability. Security work is more about relationships than it is about defense. With community, we can reduce vulnerability. Individuals, households are often more vulnerable to things like theft, vandalism, natural disasters, accidents, and medical emergencies. Just this year, we had a homesteading couple move from Tennessee to our community. And in January, the male was building the house, and he became very winded, had a very hard time breathing. In our community, we have our own medical system, and so he had the advantage of going to our local community doctor. When he went there, the doctor told him that he would either go to the emergency room now or he would go later in an ambulance. He ended up needing quadruple bypass surgery. One of my fondest moments was at the exact time he was entering surgery, the community rallied and finished his building. See, with community, emergency response is faster and more effective, and this makes community more resilient overall. This encourages shared resources and skills. Cooperative security often requires the pooling of resources, and that's tools and equipment, training and infrastructure. Sharing strengths both from the material side and the human capital side, increasing the overall community capacity. It promotes coordination and leadership. Leaders emerge based on competence and trust, not some weird form of hierarchy. Communities learn to make rapid decisions together, and this improves governance skills that extend to other areas like food production, infrastructure, and local projects. It reduces anxiety and builds confidence, knowing that the community has collective protection. This collective protection reduces the fear of crime, disasters, and external threats. It allows individuals to focus on productive and creative tasks. It increases the willingness to take on challenges or contribute to community projects. Just 2 weeks ago, a bunch of us went to 6 different homesteads on a Saturday. The goal was to install gates at the end of a driveway for each of them, and this was super important with our curtilage laws. It also puts another barrier between us and the system. See, guys, this is community. Confidence in shared security enhances the overall participation. It also cultivates pride and a sense of belonging, and it reinforces the idea that members are mutually responsible. This identity makes cooperation in other areas like food production or infrastructure more natural. Remember how I said earlier, it's super important. Freedom is nothing more than radical responsibility, right? And it also encourages preparedness and sustainability. Cooperative security naturally overlaps with things like emergency preparedness, right? Resource stockpiling, preservation, fire and flood prevention, and sustainable land management. Communities that protect together, plan together, reinforcing resilience and long-term sustainability. Systems become more robust to things like mistakes and accidents. Redundancy and security mirrors redundancy in other essential systems like food, water, and energy. In the end, with community, we get to insulate ourselves from the system. We get to create and build systems and processes that allow us to thrive outside of it. We get to decrease our dependency on the system that actively works to control us. We get to determine for ourselves what our kids eat and learn. Food sovereignty is only possible when people stand together. A community transforms scattered individual efforts into a unified system of growing, protecting, and governing its own food supply. By sharing labor, preserving skills, and building local infrastructure, and influencing the rules that shape land and food policy. A community turns food from a vulnerability into a source of strength. When we organize, we reclaim not just our harvests, but our power, our resilience, and our origins. Never forget that freedom's not reckless, it's intentional. It's founded in self-trust, radical responsibility, and a fierce commitment to the truth. We will either serve the system or we will make the choice to serve each other. But at the end of the day, the choice is yours. Thank you, Braveheart Nation.
Is the commercial playing or am I live? Okay. Hello, Bravehearts. We just heard from Rowdy Meyer, my dear friend Tag, and I want to point out how important this piece of the puzzle is. So today we've heard about everything from soil health to building self-securing, resilient communities. Now, this goes way deeper even. I mean, Tag was on the surface and they've done it. They're doing it. It's epic. What happens when all of a sudden the banking system, the system that is built on deception and fraud, starts stealing our friends' properties because they've shut down the system and now they're not paying the mortgage, which means death pledge, right? And now all of a sudden they're getting together to steal. How do we stop that? How do we create a true debt jubilee? By doing exactly what Tag is doing. And standing up for each other that are doing good work and following lawful means of doing good work. But because of this system built in fraud and deception, they are being extracted from and sometimes evicted from their homesteads, right? This is a big call to action, my friends. And now is the time to be aware of it. Today, tomorrow, the next day, start calling your neighbors. And start finding out who in your neighborhood might be aligned with these ideas of self-reliance and resilience and security, and make a plan now, right? Who knows if the grid's going to shut down? I sure as heck don't, but everybody knows that it's possible. Everybody knows that an EMP or, a credit card failure, a banking failure, pretty soon all the credit cards are shut off. That's the end of that system. right? So be prepared now with that. And now we'll go to a brief commercial, and then we have another two epic segments. And so come on back, Bravehearts.
Everybody asks me, why, Dr. Wolfe, have you come up with what's called the Pain-Free Pelvis Restoration 3-day course? What took so long? What took so long to create a course that would honor the vaginal canal of a woman, which is the holy grail of life for a woman, bringing life onto this planet? What took so long to realize that the whole pelvic area of a woman has been under siege by medical manipulation for the last 50 years? If we do not teach a woman to honor, respect, and protect the most important part of her, which is the pelvis, her uterus, her fallopian tubes, her ovaries, her bladder, let me tell you something. We must put an end to medical manipulation and help every woman out there to stand in her power, her feminine power, and to know that it's her body and no one should become the practitioner. No one should become the master of that body except the holder of it. And this is where we're going with the pelvic restoration course. We will teach a woman that she can have the most beautiful, healthy pelvis all her life. And no matter what the dis-ease is, that means out of harmony, we will be able to reverse it, whether it is ovarian cysts, endometriosis, a fibroid tumor, bladder infection, okay? How about this, where the uterus is falling down and out because we are talking about pelvic floor deterioration, and that whole thing that the world looks at that we can't reverse, we can reverse it all. We can reverse the irreversible, and you can do the impossible by making it into I am possible. Every woman out there does not have to have pelvic pain, does not have to have suffering, and does not have to give her parts up to a dysfunctional healthcare system.
Welcome back, Bravehearts. Wow, right? There's so many solutions coming your way, and our job, our mission with the Braveheart team and the Maha team and all of these teams of people out there that want the same thing, right? A future of abundance for our kids. We organize around these ideas, and it's really simple. The base idea is let's take out the poisons and let's be the stewards of our land again, and then let's share our surplus with our community, and let's build community. And now our next speaker, her name is Emily Mock, and our kids were playing at a local pool here. And I had this idea for years about starting a school that was simply a school that my daughter wanted to go to and she learned a lot from, right? And so I started with that intention. And then over time, asking new questions, what would the ultimate schooling model look like and feel like? And what would be the results of the schooling model? So I'm at the pool and my daughter is playing with another little girl at the pool. And, we just moved here not too long ago and she didn't really have any friends in the area. So I'm going, go play with that girl, go play with that girl. And pretty soon her and now Tessa are best friends. And that day at the pool, I met Emily And I started sharing with her the ideas about the school. And it was like a divine synchronicity. She was like, "Are you kidding? I've been volunteering at my school like almost every day. And I love teaching. I love everything about it." So we started collaborating and asking questions about what would a schooling model look like that would be really the ultimate, integrating stewardship and entrepreneurship and service and self-reliance and all of these things. And what we have come up with, mostly Emily, she is the one who has really put the details together, is a schooling model that will feed the world. Emily, please take it away.
All right. Hey, Bravehearts. My name is Emily Mock, and I run Origins Reclaimed Academy, and I'm just ready to dive into why I'm here. The public school system is completely broken. Look at what we call school today. We take these curious, imaginative little humans and put them in a locked room, literally locked, with harsh lighting, and now half the rooms don't even have windows anymore. We tell them to sit still, be quiet, memorize, comply, and then we pretend that that's learning. Kids are losing their natural spark. They're overstimulated, but somehow they're still bored and totally unsupported. They're stuck inside all day, and school feels more like a prison than childhood. At the most recent school I worked at, kids weren't even allowed to face each other at lunch. They just had to stare at the back of another child's head 6 feet away. Imagine your one 30-minute break during the day, and you can't even feel any sense of belonging. 9 to 5 jobs don't even do that to adults. And if we're being really honest, we don't feel safe sending our kids into these buildings anymore. Every year, or sometimes every month, there's another school shooting on the news. Another name, another this shouldn't have happened. Then we get the emails, the statements, the empty reassurance from districts trying to calm everybody down, but the fear stays. And while adults scramble to pretend everything is fine, our kids are spending the school days practicing how to hide from a gunman. The lights are off, the doors are locked, little hands are covering windows with paper or fabric so they're hidden. Children are sitting on cold floors with their backs against walls, trying not to breathe too loudly. They call it a drill, but it's trauma. And we've normalized it. We're asking kids to rehearse their own worst case scenario and then go back to math worksheets like nothing happened. That's not normal and it's not safe. And it's not what childhood is supposed to feel like. As parents, our hearts drop every time our phone buzz during the day, and we're just supposed to swallow that and move on. None of this is okay. And after sitting for 7 or 8 hours, these kids get home and they're hit with homework. More sitting, more pressure, more stress. When are they actually supposed to be kids? When do they connect to nature, family, or friends? And on top of all that, like we haven't had enough yet, the state tests. Kids are having panic attacks over them. You have 9-year-olds losing sleep and throwing up from anxiety, all because they think this one score defines them and who they are. And the truth is, children do need to grow, but not at the exact same speed as every single other child. That's not real learning. I'm not saying anything goes and we let kids fall behind, but we do let them grow forward at a pace that actually sticks and works for them long term. So what can we do? Because obviously the system is broken. I've touched on some reasons why, but there are many more. But what can we do? Well, we can build something better. We can build Origins Reclaimed Academy together. We created a school where kids can breathe again, where they can learn outside, explore, and imagine. They learn to grow food, cook meals, make things with purpose. A school where academics make sense because they're connected to real life. A school where emotional intelligence matters just as much as math does. Where confidence grows instead of shrinks. People ask if we're Montessori, Reggio, Waldorf, and their answer is that we're none of them and a little bit of all of them. We took what works, left what doesn't, and added what kids today desperately need: life skills, sovereignty, emotional grounding, connection, and purpose. Our days aren't chopped into rigid blocks. We start the morning with, here are the things we would like to get done today. What should we do first? And right away, kids step into leadership. They plan, collaborate, problem solve. They become active creators of their day instead of passive objects being pushed through a schedule. And outdoor time is sacred here. If the kids are outside laughing, climbing, exploring, and suddenly 2 hours go by, we don't rip them away from it. That's childhood doing exactly what childhood does best. Reading is also part of our heartbeat. Early grades are about forming a relationship with books and language, with storytelling, and by third grade, they blossom. They pick books they love, research what they're curious about, write about it, talk about it. They become communicators and not just test takers. And everything is hands-on. Every history unit has a craft or activity. Every science lesson has experimentation. No learning is monotone. If they're not touching, building, mixing, or breaking it, then it's not real learning. And the part that truly changes lives and makes us unique is the life skills. Our kids start actual businesses. They propagate plants and they sell them. We're trying to cure world hunger one sweet potato starter at a time, one school at a time. They learn off-grid basics, solar, cooking, growing food, starting a company, a real company, thinking independently, nourishing their bodies with real food, meditation, breath work, and emotional intelligence. The biggest thing we push here is self-love. If a child doesn't know how to learn how to love themselves early, the world spends the next 20 to 30 years convincing them that they're broken. We have to undo that before it even starts. We care about the whole child inside and out, and we want their confidence to grow larger, not smaller. We want their voice to get louder and not quieter. And it works. And part that families don't even realize, this model is completely possible for regular people. It's possible for you. A lot of states have programs where funding follows the students. That means parents don't have to be wealthy to join something life-changing like this. If someone in your friend group is a natural teacher, or 10 families want to hire one teacher together, it can cost the parents little to nothing. It's education coming back to the community, back to families, back to freedom, back to kids lighting up again. And let me get into something here that's even bigger than what I've touched so far. This model doesn't just work for local families. It can be replicated specifically for foster children. Imagine a school built just for group homes, where foster youth come together instead of being scattered and labeled. No more bouncing from school to school. No more trauma layered on top of trauma. Imagine a place where every single kid understands each other and has something in common, where they're surrounded by a whole community instead of feeling isolated, where the system doesn't swallow them and forget about them, but finally supports them. We can do that. We can help them, empower them, and heal them. We can give them life skills, confidence, and belonging, all before they ever age out of the system. And if you feel called to donate to Origins Reclaimed, just know a big portion of that goes directly here into building these spaces, transforming group homes, and to giving these kids the safety and the support that they deserve. And maybe you're feeling a tug that you want to open a school model that serves foster kids, or a school that gives local families a way out of the broken system. Please reach out to us. You don't have to figure it out alone. We already have the model, the rhythm, the curriculum, and the guidance. This needs to become the new kind of school everywhere. And it starts with us, the people who care enough to do something different. At Origins, kids grow because they feel safe, inspired, and seen, not because they're scared. We're reclaiming what childhood was always meant to be. And I really hope hearing this pushes families to start their own Origins Reclaimed Academy. I hope it inspires parents to reclaim their childhood, their spark, their freedom, and their joy. Or it inspires someone to help foster kids gain independence and stability and a real way to leave the system. And together we can absolutely give them just that. I think I'm so passionate I could keep going on forever, but Jim, do you have some stuff you want to add?
I just want to say thank you for your commitment and everything. You are related to this, and what you've done so far is epic. It's amazing how it all just flowered and blossomed. So I'm going to get into some numbers for folks, because when people realize the numbers, I know I was telling Derek this for the third time, and all of a sudden the third time he got it and he starts shaking, like his body starts, he's like, oh my God, this is a world changer, right? So now I'm starting the senior high in January. And we have several kids that are already committed or very likely to commit. Our goal is to max out at 12. Now imagine this. Here's some numbers. Imagine 12 kids, 12 students. Now they're between junior high and 12th grade, planting 10 starts a day or propagating 10 new plants a day. Like, what will that be worth over time? Right? Every one of those plants over, like, let's say between 30 and 90 days will be worth between $5 and $10, or maybe more if it's like a fruit tree. Right? So let's take a $10 average. That's 10 new starts a day with a little bit of watering and a tiny bit of energy in over the next 3 months. That's $1,200 a day in value every single day from the school. Right? That number alone is epic. Now you've got 21 days a month or so. Now you've got $20,000 in value from the school per month, right? And is this achievable? What do you think, Emily?
Oh, completely. I know with the 12 kids that we had, on one day we propagated and planted 120 yucca in just, what, 20 minutes?
Yeah, it was elementary kids, right? With the help of Hota, and these kids are sticking these yucca in the ground. That's how easy it can be if you have a system and a process in place. And then we've reached out to the local retailers and we said, here's what we're doing. We're creating a school where the students will be growing food. Would you be willing to sell their starters? Right? We will have actual like potatoes and tomatoes and stuff, but that's not our primary focus. Our primary focus is teach them to fish. So every retailer that we talked to about this said we would love to. Right?
Yeah.
So now we're creating a local poison-free food supply chain. The students are going to be the ones running the ship. Right? Running this thing. Now, imagine the little house on the prairie model where you, wherever you are, you like teaching, you're a teacher and you're passionate about it. You can have 6 kids in the state of Florida. How much can a teacher make teaching out of their home if they have 6 students, Emily?
60,000. And that's not out of pocket for anybody but the state.
Yeah, the state pays you $60,000 to help guide and learn from, by the way, 10 students. So the parents don't pay anything. So what will the parents get in return for their child going to this school?
Or an actually emotional, intelligent, entrepreneurial child. Plus, they get to take home fruits and vegetables that are not poisoned, which is huge nowadays.
Right.
You can't find that.
Right. So imagine that. Now, a school that actually pays the parents in food, right? I remember one time watching Little House on the Prairie when a farmer didn't have any money. And he went and brought the teacher a big bag of apples, right? Which is real wealth, especially back in those days. So now a school that you don't have to pay for, but that actually pays the parents by the way of their students learning while being productive.
Well, and even taking their things to farmers markets, like we made the bug sprays and we made candles, and you could take those out. Every community has little local farmers markets, especially for children. They have specific markets just for the children too.
How cool is that? And then we'll create a social media. The senior high will they'll be the ones doing it. They'll be taking the videos, editing the videos, and then putting them across Origins Reclaimed and all of their other social media platforms, which will cross-pollinate each other. And now we'll be selling sweet potato starts to somebody in Iowa so they can grow in there inside, right? And, the best part of all, my daughter, Sophie, she's 6 years old. And she says during a break, like we're on a Thanksgiving break, she's like, Dada, when does school start again? Right? She can't wait for school to start again. Now, our kids have been playing fairly well the whole time, but her most boring day of this week was Thanksgiving Day because she didn't have kids to play with. That's how much she loves this school. So thank you, Emily. And I just can't say, folks, this is the tip of the spear, the students and the rapid replication of this school all over the world. If this inspires you and you want to start a school, get a hold of us. If you want to donate, if you want to help us spread this seed of abundance, please do. And we will gladly accept and we'll propagate the school model.
Yep. And especially, I can't wait to figure out how to make it work really good for these foster homes and these groups where children they're just stuck in the system until someone helps them out. And that's something that we could really put in there and change lives with.
Epic. This week, we'll start making calls to the local homes and we'll start sharing with them this model.
I love it. I think we could really change so many lives this way.
I love it. Oh, well, thank you, Emily. All right, Brave Hearts, we'll go to another 2-minute break and then we're going to wrap it up after that. Thank you for sticking with us and thank you for sharing this. Thank you for participating in whatever way it feels good to you.
Where is the love? Where is the love? The toxic truth must be told today. It's never black and white, only shades of gray. Where's the love, mama? For this I thirst. I know you always said I gotta love myself first. I gave $5 to breast cancer, but now I'm dying from the sweets. Was that really the answer to fight my mama's cancer? Where's the love, mama? Now that you're gone, my heart is empty. It feels so wrong. Doctor, stop the treatment. Start training me. All this therapy is starting to pain me. The media tells us lies, but never listens to our cries. They're all a bunch of fakers, cause they work for the money makers. The big FDA and the AMA. They say it's the only way, so we pay. Where's the love, mama? Why is daddy addicted to the drama? Why is our family always in trauma? They say terrorists are coming, but mama says they're already here. They force vax my sister, she doesn't even know what hit her. Let's make this right, help me turn on the light. Eat right, drink right, shine your light for me tonight. Fear is what they feed us, fear is what we demonstrate. Feeling like we don't stand a chance, can't break free from this corporate dance. What's their answer for cancer? Cut, poison, and burn. Where is the love, mama? When will we ever learn? You took an oath, you gotta practice what you preach. This contract you have broken, what is it you really wanna teach? Chemical gases, even in our shower. We can't even think, they've stolen all our power. The corporations we trusted, and now we are busted. A country of fear, our faith no longer here. Love lost in lies, my breaking heart dies. We need an evolution, a love revolution. The world plays with my love. Is there an answer up above? The message I keep getting is self-love. Love is the answer. Show me the love. Love is the answer. Show me the love.
And go.
Hello, Brave Hearts. Wow, was that amazing about the school model? I am so excited to be a teacher. I was a teacher back 30 years ago now in Hawaii. I taught special ed. I've got a teaching degree from MSU, Minnesota, and I am excited to start teaching again. And so many more things I'll be sharing with you about that as we go. So stay tuned on that. Now we're very excited to wrap up this incredible day with Dr. Sage WOLFE and Dr. Andrea Nazarenko, who are both living and breathing solutions on a daily basis. Are you both there? Can you jump in?
Yeah, thank you, everybody. I just want to say thanks, everybody, brave hearts all around the world, for coming to the Origins Reclaimed Summit. I hope this was really enlightening information for you, because it's a whole new paradigm. It's a whole new shift of that we want to instill in us, and it's going to be a beautiful new future if we make it that way. So if you have any questions that you've kind of curated with, we have a Q&A coming tomorrow with Jim Gale as well, and that'll be Monday, December 1st, 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and then we'll also be doing that on Tuesday, December 2nd at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So for all these videos and stuff, go to DACA Detox for our social media platforms, and to do like reruns of these videos, go to bhnuniversity.com to kind of get started. And I do just want to say we are going on sale. We have Cyber Monday sale, everybody, so go check out what's on sale tomorrow, and that'll be going on for about 7 to 10 days. So really take advantage of that, because that Cyber Monday sale, we're always getting bombarded through EMFs, blue light, all this toxicity. It's around us. There's no way of getting around that. But there's ways of protecting yourself. So how about we find out those ways and really implement that into us? So go check out some of those products and amazing energy medicine devices out there to be able to protect you and your family from some of those negative frequencies. We also do have some events coming up. So for BHN TV World Events, the Quantum Power Pack Healing event is going to be Sunday, December 7th at 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then the Super Soldier Immunity event will be Sunday, January 4th from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern Standard always. And then the Braveheart Nation Women's event is on Sunday, January 25th from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. And then the Sovereign Soul for Freedom Lovers, that one is awesome. Sunday, February 8th from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. Sign up free at bhnuniversity.com so you can hop onto all these videos and kind of be there for it. But if you ever want to do reruns, we have our BHN app. You got Facebook, you have Instagram. Why not have an app where you can learn and grow mentally? Instead of just kind of doom scrolling, you're really wanting to grow. There's other practitioners, there's other people out there that are either wanting to learn or going through similar struggles as you, and it's really amazing because it's a community. So go to bhnapp.com, or to check out any of the other rerun of the videos from BitChute, just go to Doca Detox, or Rumble at Doca Detox, and Telegram at t.me/Doc of Detox official. So we have some courses coming up, everybody. The new course for the WOLFE Non-Surgical for 2026, it's not a new course, it's just the WOLFE Non-Surgical for the 2026 tour beginning is going to be in Miami, Florida, and that's from January the 12th to January 23rd. So if you are a practicing practitioner in body work, massage, chiropractics, acupuncture, it doesn't matter, or you've always just wanted to learn an amazing technique to go in and lovingly remove that adipose tissue, those adhesions, the scar tissue from scars or damage to itself, come learn WOLFE Non-Surgical. It goes beyond just opening up some fascia. We get to the root cause of things, which is the scar tissue crystallization and calcification that causes these beaver dams within our body. So we want to open up these arterial blocks and create beautiful flow and reconstruct that tissue back to its healthy state. And so we have the Women's Pelvic Restoration and Disease Prevention course, and that is going to be from February 20th to 22nd. You can take that online. That's the amazing part. You can take it in the comfortability of your own home. And so if you're ever just wanting to stay at home and you want to take an amazing 3-day course to really hone in on that amazing aspect of the body that gets so damaged through diet, lack of hydration, it gets overlooked through the medical system more than anything. And generally, it's just, if something's damaged, we just cut it out. So why not create a beautiful garden? And so definitely check that out. We have the whole course going on. So that's the New World Practitioner Training in Ixtapa, Mexico. That'll be starting off in the 2026 year. That'll be the Whole Life Coach, starts with Dr. WOLFE himself from January 28th to February the 5th. The WOLFE Non-Surgical will be from February the 7th to February the 18th, and then the Women's Pelvic Restoration in person is going to be from February 20th to 22nd, and that also, like I said, would be online. And then from there, we're heading off to Calgary, Alberta. WOLFE Non-Surgical goes from June 6th to June 17th. Women's Pelvic Restoration, June 19th to June 21st. And the Whole Life Coach Certified is from June 23rd to the 21st, to July 1st, sorry. So June 23rd to July 1st is that Whole Life Coach. And I have a pretty large world tour coming up, going to all my amazing master practitioners' BHN Power Pack Healing Clinics. So what is a Power Pack Healing Clinic? So we do, of course, the amazing WOLFE Non-Surgical. I do thermography. I do heavy metal testing and mineral testing. And then most of my practitioners that I'm going to have the cell sonic regeneration in the cardio med bed. So if you have a large arterial block, you have circulatory issues, you have varicose veins, you have issues in your tissues, we got the cardio bed for resurging that blood flow through your arteries in between every heartbeat. So when your heart's not beating, it's surging blood flow through your major lymphatic areas and tissue areas that have kind of started to atrophy because everything slows down in this river. This is my midline, and as my peritoneum, the lining of the intestinal wall, breaks down, we get that so-called leaky gut. And so that ends up spilling over into our soup pelvis, which we call our soup bowl, because if you look at the anatomy of a pelvis, it's shaped in a soup bowl. So when that transverse colon gets too much old plaque or waste in it, it starts falling down and putting pressure in that area, you're going to have problem in River City, which is going to damage your extremities or just your weakest link. So I have a large tour that's going to be going all around the world pretty much. So we're starting in Miami, Florida, and this is going to be to receive WOLFE non-surgical treatments, to experience a thermography, to test what organs and lymph areas in your bodies are blocked, underactive, or overactive, because then that shows where we should kind of focus first. And then that kind of gets us on a protocol for really what we want to do and lovingly kind of help the body heal in the fastest way possible, but in the most calm way possible, because everything is about trying to stay in a parasympathetic state. So I'll be in Miami, Florida from January 26th to February 4th. Then I'll be in Los Angeles, California from February 25th to March 5th. Then I'll be in St. Cloud, Florida from March 9th to March 18th. Metairie, Louisiana, that's just outside of New Orleans, and that'll be from March 23rd to April 1st. Occidental, California from April 6th to April 15th. Montreal, Canada, and that'll be April 20th to the 29th. Victoria, BC from May 1st to May the 6th. Oliver, BC, May 9th to May 14th. St. Louis, Missouri from May 16th to May 21st. Calgary, Alberta, June 19th to June 28th. Toronto, Ontario, July 13th to July 24th. St. Louis, Missouri again from August 20th to August 29th. Kelowna, BC from September 1st to September 10th, and then I'll be finishing in St. Cloud from September 19th to September 20th. So it is a big tour that we have going on. So I just want to let you know that we're going to be coming out to the DoD 5-star that is getting created at Jim Gales. And how exciting is that, Jim, if you're still there?
Oh, I'm still here, and I want to share that both my wife and I and several of my friends here have had the non-surgical treatments, and it works. And I get that it works. It's something that works immediately, and I understand why, because of the explanations that I've gotten. I also use the colloidal silver spray, and I use the iodine, and I'm a big, huge fan. The amount of really decades that Doc WOLFE has spent researching and looking for the best healers in the business. And now with Sage coming in and adding that new level of awareness, right, which our kids always do, it's just beautiful. I love the products. I love the whole community, Bravehearts. We are the tip of the spear.
And that's just it. You've created an amazing community out there, and we got in connection about 3 years ago, and I'm just so excited to how this is flourishing up, and going to be putting a clinic out at your place. I think it's going to be amazing, because people want to heal, but the right people need to want to heal. You know what I mean? Everybody just says, I need a quick fix, or I'd love to do that, and then they experience it, or they're 1 foot in, 1 foot out. And what we're trying to teach, it's a different paradigm of just healing. It's a different paradigm of thinking, living, breathing, consuming information, and making it you.
That's exactly right. It's this idea of an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, right? We're not looking for all the sick people. We're looking for the people who are healthy and want to be even healthier, even more than anything, right? And of course, everybody can be served. But if you're just kind of on the edge, or you simply just want to know how you can even be more vibrant and more vital, then this is the way. I'm 56. I have never felt better in my life.
Yeah. Baby steps is how you do proper imprintation. And so it's really important for just people to stay in their breath and just know that the world's going to come at you left, right, and center. There's no changing outside what is in control of me, my family, and my surroundings. So why the hell are you trying to fix that and fix this? Why don't you fix your environment first? Because then that's just going to radiate out.
Oh, I love that idea. That's a permaculture ethic. Reinvest the surplus. You can't reinvest any surplus if you're depressed. If you don't have any energy, you just need to focus on you first. Get your energy up to a certain level. And then when you have excess energy, right, you can actually reinvest that in your everywhere. So it's a beautiful thing.
That's exactly it. I just want to touch on some other 2 things. Dr. WOLFE is coming to the 2026 Conscious Life Expo in LA, and that'll be on February 20th to the 23rd. Come see the Transformational Healing Universal booth. It's going to be amazing there. It's going to be busy, so definitely check it out. For live WOLFE non-surgical, cell sonic, and regeneration treatments, that's going to be also at the Conscious Life Expo as well, to just experience it. So definitely check it out. and escape the movie Matrix, guys. This is going to be a great one. Go to braveheartheroescontract.com. I don't want to spill the beans on that, but Dr. WOLFE is going to be doing a deep dive. So get ready for that, everybody. Once again, I just want to say thanks so much to Jim Gale and all the other amazing hosts that hopped on for Origins Reclaimed Summit. I hope all you Bravehearts had a great time learning, growing, experiencing. I just want to end this off on the Braveheart Nation oath. So thank you so much, Jim, for hopping on and teaching us all this valuable information.
Absolutely. And I don't know if we were going to bring on Dr. Nazarenko for a quick minute, or
is he on right now?
I believe
Is she on right now? Sorry.
There she is. Yes.
Yeah, please.
Great. So a real quick frame. Dr. Andrea has been committed for a long, long time, and she's the perfect person to help put in pieces of the puzzle. And Andrea, one of the things that I'd love you to touch on briefly is the campaign strategy that when leaders in everything from HOAs to sheriffs to presidents adopt this type of campaign strategy and campaign mentality. Can you share a little bit about that?
Absolutely. So much of the work that we do is not just in inspiring people to grow food in their own yards, which is a big component of what we do, but it's also to change the fundamental system within which we exist. And so we are big proponents of working and partnering with various elected officials, whether you're talking about government officials to an HOA president, right? And everything in between. There are governance structures in place, and we believe that we could change those governance structures that don't just serve the control system, but serve the people. So, Nicole, she didn't really touch too much upon it today. She is a fierce leader in Origins Reclaimed and really takes on the HOA piece full on, full steam, and has a bunch of resources available to folks who want to challenge their HOAs. Because could you imagine if in a single HOA everyone grew a different fruit tree, a different vegetable, a different food product, then we would have enough to sustain when lockdowns happened, when there was no food on the shelf. Imagine if your HOA could sustain itself by itself. We're also working with governors of various states and using data to show them how the strategies we have in place right now don't help feed the hungry. It doesn't matter how much assistance you give people if there is simply not fresh food without poisons on it available for these folks to eat. So we've developed 10-year implementation strategies to help people see all of the various barriers, because sometimes it's not as easy as it sounds, right? Like just make a state food sovereign. Well, what does that mean? We need to think about it from the preconditions. What is the quality of our soil to the growing of the food? But then beyond the growing, how does that food go from a produce product in the land to being picked and harvested and transformed into a product, could then processed to a product that could then be distributed? And where do folks distribute them in your community? And then once they're distributed, do people know about the benefits of the food? Do they know how to grow yucca? Do they know how to make a year's worth of meals out of sweet potatoes? And so there's a role for everybody. There's a place for everybody as we transform this system. And everybody plays a role, from the governor of the state to the mom at home cooking for her child, and especially the teacher in the classroom. As Emily was speaking, one of my favorite media moments was that what was his name? John Oliver. Remember, he had that show for a little while and he went into the schools and he taught. And one of the parts that stands out for me is when he held up an eggplant and he said to the students, "Who knows what this is?" And so many of the students in the classroom couldn't even label the vegetable. And so, or fruit, I guess. Is eggplant a fruit, Jim? It's a fruit, right? But they couldn't even label it. And so there's so much room for us and so much opportunity for us to grow and to develop into a truly self-sustaining world. And one of the first places that we could do that is by simply joining together. And so I want to invite everybody on this call, again, in the spirit of Giving Sunday, where we're giving back to the community so that we can continue to grow. And in return, we ask for your financial contribution so we can continue to do this work. We invite you to our Circle community. Circle is a platform that allows for like-minded individuals to connect together. And if you go to originsreclaimed.org, the first thing that will pop up for you is an invitation to join our community. It's completely free to join, and we invite you to come there to share your experiences, share your wins, share your struggles, share what's happening, and engage in our forums on various different topics so that we could learn together. It's a community-led group. It is not a top-down, algorithmic controlled group. It is a space that we have created for people to be as active as they want to be. We've also placed some of our favorite videos. We'll be putting our curriculums up there for a curriculum library. And then we have private communities. So if you have a reason to need a private community on a private space of like-minded individuals, please reach out. We can help create something for you. We have various different groups coming together in private spaces where they could talk about the things that matter that help transform the world into this type of system. And so we encourage you to join along, to come connect with like-minded individuals. And if you're interested in participating in any of these more structural strategies, so campaign strategies, political strategies, governance strategies, please reach out. We could use all the volunteer support that we could possibly have, because this is truly a community-guided movement. We cannot do this on our own. We need more and more people to come out. It doesn't matter what skill set you believe you have or you don't have, we can use you. We could use pictures and social media and email writing and all of the different parts that make this what is this phrase I'm trying to say? This body in motion, stay in motion. We'd love to have you. We'd love to, if you're excited by this event today and you can't contribute financially, we would love to borrow some of your time. Even an hour a week would really make a difference, because there are children to the elderly all looking to have more and more people support them as we become a food sovereign and free nation. So thank you so much for being part of this world's event. It is my honor to be here. Thank you, Braveheart Nation, for hosting us today and helping us get this message out, because it is truly through the collective voice that we change the world.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Take it away, Sage. Dr. Sage Wolfe. I can't wait to give you a hug and meet you in person, brother.
Hey, I'll be seeing you soon, my friend. Yeah, so let's just end it on a nice Braveheart Nation oath, everybody. That's something that you should at least start your day with and end your day with, because what's the first thing and what's the most important thing that you need to put first is yourself. So let's try to do that within a nice, beautiful, deep breath, because I am love, I am healed, and I am Braveheart. Today and every day, from the moment I rise until I gently close my eyes, I will trust, honor, respect, protect, forgive, and totally love myself first and foremost, before anyone else or anything else. So help me God. Because I am, I can, I am love, I am healed, I am Braveheart. Once again, thank you to the lovely hosts. Thank you to Jim. Have a beautiful day, Bravehearts. We'll catch you in the next one.